Give me the mountains and bubbly streams, the flowers swaying in the summer breeze.
Skoda. Simply clever.
Giving up was never part of our mindset. Right from the beginning, challenges spurred our inventiveness. When Václav Klement's complaint about an inferior bicycle was rejected, the young bookseller answered, "In that case, I'll produce my own bikes." He and his partner Václav Laurin didn't stop there. Soon their inventiveness was tested once again, mastering the combustion engine. The Laurin and Klement motorcycles were followed by their first car, the Laurin and Klement Voiturette A. In 1925, the factory in Mlada Boleslav merged with Skoda from Pilsen and set off to conquer international markets by developing innovative cars that actually cared about the customer's needs. The existential threat of the world economic crisis only boosted the inventiveness of the company. While other car manufacturers disappeared, Skoda radically changed its product palette and offered cars which were more affordable for a broader audience. Since then, Skoda has been the biggest selling car brand in the Czech lands. It wasn't long before history set the next hurdle. The war was over, the challenges were not. But once again, our spirit of inventiveness proved stronger. From the 50s on, legendary cars were created. Finally, a new era began, and we started, what else? Tackling new challenges. Partnering with Volkswagen, Skoda combined inventiveness with the experience of a global player. Cars like the new generation Octavia, the Fabia, the Superb, and the Scala followed. From the Kodiaq on, we enlarged our SUV range. Model after model surprised with great design and simply clever ideas that showed a deep understanding of human needs. Since then, Skoda has not only convinced but excited millions of customers in more than 100 countries. Now we are in the middle of a new challenge. After 125 years, we electrify our cars and digitalize our business. How will we respond? By transforming from a traditional car manufacturer into a simply clever company for the best mobility solutions. Knowing that challenges only spur our unshakable spirit of human inventiveness.
Skoda. Simply clever.
Hello, good cycling fans, sports fans around the globe, around the Baltic region, in Europe, everywhere where you starting to watch today's race of Baltic Chain Tour 2021. We're gonna have a really nice, exciting day today. This Baltic Chain Tour this year has 3 stages in 2 countries. This is not a lot of cycling races go through countries, so it's a really special thing. The weather in Tallinn is pretty good, 17 degrees, wind is 5 meters per second, humidity 87%. Just before the start, when the racers started to get ready, then there was huge showers for a few seconds. You can see the tarmac behind the riders is really wet, but it shows really good weather today. So it should the sun should come out, and the riders will have a very nice day on their bikes. But here are some footage before the start when all the teams we're getting ready, getting their last food in before the race, getting bottles ready, getting their clothes ready, because when you have rain and then it's gonna go a little nicer, then you have to be really aware what clothing are you gonna wear for the day. And here's some natural scenes from a tree. It's really nice here in Baltic region, and also around Tallinn. Where the riders did their presentation, it was a Tallinn botanical garden, so they have had a lot of nice flowers and plants all around them from the start of today. And here we see definitely one of the favorites for today's race, Karl-Patrik Lauk from the Estonian national team. I'm a commentator, Kristo and Vaga. I was at some point a rider myself, and I really enjoy Baltic Chain Tour because it has a lot of history in it. It's just not a race, but it brings together 3 Baltic countries for a good cause. The cause was actually that 1989 on the 23rd of August, so this Sunday, then 32 years ago, 3 Baltic countries, peoples of 3 Baltic countries formed a big human chain between those countries to demonstrate to get their independence. And actually in Estonia today, on the 20th of August 2021, we are celebrating the Re-Independence Day for 30 years of Estonia. So it's a big day. You can see some really bad clouds still in the sky, but hopefully, yeah, the sun will come out. But the start should be in 10 seconds, actually. So we're going to have the race. It's not going to be full gas from the start because we're going to have a technical start. A technical start is a way to get the riders out of like the urban area, that there are no crashes in the city, and actually just to get the riders fit for the start, to get a little warm up with all of the other good competitors. And today's technical start is actually pretty long. It's 8.7. It's 8.7 kilometers. Sorry, no, 9.3 kilometers. Today's race is 164.8 kilometers, and actually the start is here in Tallinn, just next to the Estonian velodrome. It's an outdoor velodrome, and the finish is also here. So they're gonna do one big lap, and they're gonna come back here, and then they're gonna have some smaller circuits around Tallinn, Pirita area. But the technical start has went, and as I said, 9.3 kilometers for this neutral section of the technical start. And here we can see that a lot of riders are still wearing some jackets and arm warmers, because it's not that warm today in Estonia, but it's okay. I think when they get their speed up and their bodies to the right temperature, then they can put those arm warmers and jackets to the car to really race for today's victory. But yeah, we can see a really nice, we saw a Skoda commercial, and that Skoda is one of the sponsors in here in today's race, and it's actually a big sponsor of cycling all over the globe. They are making some nice electrical cars, so all of the cycling community is moving towards climate neutrality, and that's really nice. Cycling or using a bike as a transport is always good, and it's always good for the environment. But here we can see the back of the group. As you see, there's no hurry today from the start, and this is the Polish Masowe Polski team. It's a Polish team, but it's captained actually by Estonian national champion Mikkel Räim. He's had a really good season today. this year. So definitely he wants to win the day in front of the home crowds, and the Polish guys are definitely putting all their cards on Mikkel Reim today. But yeah, so this race is, as I said, this year 3 stages. Tomorrow we go to the south of Estonia, to Tartumaa. We're going to have a stage there, and then the third stage is in a border city called Valka. It's on the border of Estonia and Latvia, and pretty much the whole race for the stage 3 is conducted on the Latvian soil. But here, just the front of the bunch, we can see on the left now is out of the screen, but maybe he comes back to the screen in a few times. We saw Norman Vahtra, also a big favorite for today, also part of the Estonian national team. And he's a World Tour rider riding for Israel Cycling Startup Nation team. But here, yeah, the Polish guys are really nice, just chilling at the back. Not in a hurry, just enjoying the Estonian countryside of Pirita. There runs a really nice Pirita river just on the left, and yeah, just this is a stroll for these guys. And actually, after the today's race on this same circuit. These are 6-kilometer circuits that they're going to do at the end of the today's stage. On this race, there is going to be a GP Lauri Aus. It's done in the memorial of former Estonian professional cyclist Lauri Aus, who sadly died in a car accident at the start of this century. So he was a really good rider, a real talented rider, and his career and life stopped a bit too early that it should have. But it's a nice race, and then we're gonna have at 30 past 3 we're gonna have that race start in the same place that these riders started. Here you can see Uno X, Norway's team rider is still having his mask on, pretty much. It is not mandatory in Estonia at the moment, but definitely he wanted to use it before the start, and he still has it on, and not fully covering his mouth and nose, but it's still, hopefully he takes it off, because I think a mask is not doesn't give you anything more in a race. You need all the oxygen that you want, so hopefully he takes it off. But yeah, the tarmac is really wet because there was some pretty bad showers before the race, but at the moment it's not raining, so as I said, it should be getting a bit better. And here we can see a Tallinn TV tower. It's a really historical thing in Estonia. It was built in 1980. It's 314 meters tall, and it's actually the Estonian highest made object, and you can see a very nice panorama of the Estonian capital Tallinn and the Tallinn Bay area. And in a really good day when you don't have clouds, you can almost see Helsinki. So the Finnish capital is almost seen on top of the Tallinn TV tower when the weather is good. So, but yeah, here still the Uno X rider is supporting the mask on his face. So I think you should take it off. Yeah, nobody's gonna be mad at you if you take it off and nobody else has it. So hopefully he does it. But today's race, yeah, it's you can see a lot of riders are grimacing already at the race because when you're riding in a pack and the tarmac is really wet, then you have a lot of spray coming off the front end's rider's back wheel, so you're gonna get wet from the start, and that's why actually you can see at the back there are riders riding with some distance before him and the rider in front of him, so he doesn't get as wet as you get if you're riding fully on the slipstream of a rider in front of you. So here's the Tallinn TV Tower again. The riders are just passing it. So yeah, 170 meters high platform is giving a nice panorama of Tallinn, and definitely if you can visit Tallinn, if you haven't visited, you definitely have to come. There are a lot of nice places here, and now we are coming near the Tallinn Botanical Garden, also where the riders had their sign-on the presentation today. So this year it's Tallinn Botanical Garden's 60-year birthday, and it has more than 8,500 types of plants in there. So it's a proper botanical garden. It's a proper jungle, just near the capital, and yeah, you don't have to go out of the city to see so much nice plants. You just have to go here to the Tallinn Botanical Garden, which is left from the riders at the moment, but you can't see it at the moment. But so yeah, if you want to see it, then definitely you want to see it. So just go on the left, and you can see some nice nature. Here at the back we saw Gert Kivistik from Peloton. Here, yeah, we can see all the teams in today's morning team presentation in Tallinn Botanical Garden. This is the Estonian team from Tartu. It's a really young field of riders called Peloton. It's I think the best name for a cycling team that you can have. And Peloton is a group in a cycling race. So this is the French team, which has actually two Estonians. So it's a nice team that a lot of Baltic countries have been in that race. And this is Team France defense. So they are defending France, and today they are wanting to win in Estonia. This is the Dutch team, global cycling team, but a global cycling team only consists of Dutch riders today, but it's still global definitely, and this one of the favorites for today, Masha's Polski team. This is the Swedish national team. A lot of good Swedes today here, and I think they're gonna really try to try to do their best in today's race. A lot of Scandinavian teams, as you can see, we just saw the Swedes, now the Norwegians. The Norwegians are always really fast, and definitely they're gonna be in the race for high places today. It's the team from Czech Republic, Top 4X at Investments Pro Cycling Team. And this, I think, these are one of the wildcards for myself. Uno X, their development team. It's a Norwegian continental team. They have also a pro continental team, but they're always riding really well together. And this is Finns. Just as I told, you can see Helsinki from Tallinn TV Tower in a good weather. These guys come from Helsinki, from Finland, so definitely they're riding to win. It's Germans, wheel sports. Germans are always fast and doing good races in the Baltics, and another German team, Bertolt Rath team. Yeah, this is Francis Teixeira Groupama, but this is the continental team, but it also has one World Tour rider, Miles Scott, an Australian, a really talented 27-year-old. It's really unusual that a Pro Tour rider comes and races with the continental team in a race called Baltic Chain Tour. Actually, at the moment we have one very good race at the moment in Spain. It's called Volta a España, but it's really good done by the organizers from the Baltic Chain Tour, because when you see today's race from the start was at 10 and the approximate finish should be 15 minutes before 2, so from there on you can straight go to watching Vuelta a España, so it's you can get a proper cycling day today. But the riders are still in the neutral section. They just came out of Tallinn, and they should have the real start soon. And you can see Norman Vatra, the World Tour riders riding for Israel Stardom Nation, Estonian national team, one of the favorites for today's race. A really powerhouse sprinter. Norman Vatra is just right in the slipstream of the commissar's car. So he's preserving his energy and ready to really go full gas today. But now, yeah, we have come out of Tallinn, and we should have the actual start in a few kilometers. Neutral section still, and there's a lot of roundabouts here. Hopefully all of the guys stay upright. It is a bit technical doing these roundabouts. Hopefully, yeah. No, everybody comes through because the base is not on. If the base would be on, then it would be really hectic with this slippery tarmac. Just rained, and we can see that the start has been given for the race, and we can see first attacks from it seems like the from the Dutch team. Yeah, the race has been on now for a few hundred meters, so 164.8 kilometers, and then we're going to be back in Pirita, where the start was today. Then we're gonna see who's the winner of Stage 1 2021 Baltic Chain Tour. Last year we had a very interesting race for the first stage. It was even more horrible weather. Last year it rained for the whole race. It was really cold, and two Estonians got away in the middle part of the race, Alo Jakin and Gert Jõer, and they did a perfect tandem race. Nobody could catch them. The Peloton tried. The Estonian continental team, Team Tartu at the moment, put all their eggs in the basket to get the 2 riders back, but they couldn't. And then Alojakin ahead of Gertier won stage 1 last year, and there was a 2-second advantage between them and the peloton. And from there on, Gertier won last year's race. Today is probably more in the service of his 2 compatriots, Baltic, whose home team is an amateur team in France, Team Pro Immo, and also Norman Vatra riding for his home team is Israel Startup Nation. But there have been some nice attacks already. Hopefully we can go back to the front, and I think when the field is not that big, it's so it should be around 110 riders today, 114 approximately. So it's a good opportunity to get a good breakaway of 5+ riders, and all of the big teams have to be in there, and if you get an advantage of 2-3 minutes, then it's really hard to bring them back. When you have small teams that they have here, 6 riders, there's another roundabout here. Hopefully everybody comes through clean. Yeah, the breakaway is true. Hopefully the peloton comes through also. You can see a few riders from the peloton went on the left, and you can see how much they actually lost the ground because they went on the left. But there's some a nice breakaway attacked from the start, but Francesco Gio Grupama's rider sees that this is pretty. This is not ideal for them, and they really want to bring this back. And then you can see on the front of the peloton rider Kirkivstik gives his turn to Andris Vozakans, a big powerhouse, probably the tallest guy in this peloton, riding for national team Latvia. But the Swedish national champion is really riding very active front of the start of the race. We saw him attack again. And I told that the sun's gonna come out, but unfortunately I was wrong. It's the clouds are gathering, and it seems that it's gonna bring more rain to today's race, not sunshine. But it's unusual actually, because we have had really warm summer this year, and it's a bit unusual for the Baltic countries to have this warm summer. So now the realistic conditions are back, and we have some rain today. But yeah, seeing Francesco Gio Grupama rider wanted to attack, but Masha Sepolski closed that down. You can see on the right, you can see Mikkel Räim. He's supporting the riding with the Estonian national champion jersey, but he has his red jacket on. You couldn't see the really beautiful national championship jersey. It's always a pity when riders' home teams don't provide a nice national team jersey, that they just put their flag on really minimalistically. It was done pretty much every year from Spanish World Tour team Movistar, but it's I like when you're a national champion that you get a full nice new kit, a kit that really represents the country that you won your national champs jersey. Here we can see a little bit choking between an Ampler, Erkki Läänemäe, and then a rider from the French Saint-Étienne club, Siim Kiskonen. Here's already one rider And talking with his team directors, it looks to be 91. Soon I will tell you who that is. It was Merckx Beater from Global Cycling Team. Already talking a little bit of tactics with his team director. They don't, or a lot of riders shouldn't have radios today. So when you want to talk to your team, you should go back to the car and talk with your sports director. Communication is really important for riders in a race, and definitely a race like today when you have a lot of the weather plays a big factor today. Also the wind, and you have to talk with your riders, your teammates in the race. How are you feeling? Because you have to have confidence in your team. If you are feeling good and you were the designated rider to race for a high place in the ride, when you don't tell that you are not feeling good, then you jeopardize the whole team's possibility to get a good result in the race. But yeah, here we can see there's a bit of calming down in the Peloton when the technical start was given. Then the riders went on attacks, but now it's calmed down. Nobody wants to be at the front for 160 kilometers, or they want to be in front for 160 kilometers with a special perfect breakaway. And it's always this is a gamble. It's you have to be smart, you have to be in the right place at the same time, and you have to analyze the race. How are the other teams riding? What are the other teams' tactics? Which team are riding for a sprint finish? Which team is riding to just break the field? And you can see the Polish team, Maszowiecki Polski, is riding to break the field. That there should be a really nice open field coming up, like 5 kilometers open field, and the wind should come from the right side. So a perfect opportunity to do crosswinds. And here we can see the national champion of Estonia, Mikkel Räim, is doing the pace on the front and putting all the riders in the gutters. And already we can see some distance between riders and gaps opening up. This is racing at its best. 157 kilometers to go, and already guys are in the gutter. Guys are grimacing. This is cycling. We love cycling because of this. We can see that Norman Matra, one of the favorites, is just bridging across with no one. He just missed the break that the Maszowiecki Polski did, and everybody now has to go full gas, because if you let one team, the whole team, to ride away from the start like this, and then it's gonna be a hard race for everybody. And Maszowiecki Polski is doing something perfect, I would say. But Norman Matra, you can see he's the lone rider between two groups. He wasn't able to bridge the gap to the front group, and now he just waited for the peloton to come up. But it's, as you can see, all of the Maszowiecki Polski riders are on the front. 6 riders are here, and they are going full gas. But it's a big ask to be on the front for 155 kilometers. You see you see Juntunen from Ampler team here on the front, a Finnish guy, really good rider in mountain bikes also. And a lot of teams have missed this break, but there are the Estonians here, there are four Ampler teams. Sorry, three Estonian national team riders: Gert Jõeäär, Baltic Lauk, and Kirill Tarasov. Then 6 riders from the whole team of Mašev Polski, 4 riders from Ampler team development team, and 1 lone rider from team Peloton, Gert Kivistik. So, whoa, this is quite a start. Just as I said that the ride was being calmed down, a Polish team took the ride to their own hands and put the gas, full gas on. But you can see the gap hasn't gone bigger with this front group and the Peloton. So I think it should come together, but it shows just what the tactics are for the Polish team, and you can definitely anticipate a really exciting finish, a really exciting race for the whole stage today. So yeah, it was a gamble from this Polish team. They still have a little gap between the Peloton, but I don't think that this will go anywhere. So, but of course, we'll see until the gap hasn't been bridged by the Peloton. Then it's still a bit of an alarming position that the Peloton has, that they let the one full team go away with also a lot of riders from Ampler team development team. So Ampler is a Baltic project. It's designed specifically for under 23 riders as a development team to get their opportunity in a lot of races, riding with each other, riding with Baltic people from the Baltic countries, and also from a lot of riders from the Finnish country, Finland. So it's a proper, really good development team. It gives a chance for young Baltic riders and Finnish riders to get their experience in these races, in a lot of races all across Europe, in continental races, to show themselves. And this is like a step towards becoming a real professional cyclist. And it's a good project. Ampler is actually a bicycle making company in Estonia. They do more like leisure bicycles. They are doing electrical bicycles, and it's a nice company, and it's super that they are investing in youth, and you can see its investment is paying back, because you can see 4 riders riding on the front here. You can see Ampler logos everywhere, and it's good publicity. You can say that there's not a lot of sports that you can get for so long, so much publicity if you're a sponsor. So if you have a company, then definitely try to help some cycling teams race their bikes and bring more people riding their bikes. And you can see here Baltic Lauk, Estonian national team favorite for today's ride. He already has one tour win this year on Estonian soil, Tour of Estonia. It's a professional race. He won it for his second time. He's only just 24 years old, so a big talent coming from Estonia, and hopefully he'll get a pro contract in the years to come. But as you can see, the Peloton is not going berserk. They're just keeping the group in front, and I think, as I said, it's really hard to see that this group will go right through the finish, but you can never know. So the gap has become a bit bigger. It's I would say around 10-15 seconds, but it's nothing really dangerous at the moment. But it's it's a gamble in that way is also that you can wear your riders out. Your whole team is here, and also when you talk about Maciej Polski and their leader, Mikko Räim is also here, and he's doing work. You should, at this stage of the race, you should keep him as fresh as you can. You should sacrifice other riders to just have Mikko Räim be on the wheels of riders, and now he went to the back of the group, and I think it's a smart move for Mikko Räim, because the Peloton is coming, and they should catch the breakaway in a few minutes, in a few kilometers. These are some nice roads just outside of Tallinn. Nice untouched nature on both sides of the road. Big trees, and this rain just blossoms it out. It's been a really warm summer, so a little rain is very good for the nature, and I think the riders are not appreciating it at the moment, but it's still it's a nice race, and it's just makes the race even harder, and the win that any of these riders is going to have at the end of the race, it makes it even more special when you have a ride that is hard from the start. You have to suffer, and you can see that these guys are suffering a little bit on this breakaway. It's interesting that the Ampler and Estonian national team are doing cooperation with Maciej Polski, because it seems that Maciej Polski is definitely one of the strongest teams as a whole. They have riders that are racing really good calendars in the year, and they have a perfect leader to work for, Mikko Räim. So I wouldn't be really keen on working with Maciej Polski in that breakaway, but you have to do some work. Cycling is a fun thing that you can when you take the full race, 150 kilometers, 160 kilometers. You have to choose your paddles. You have to choose your paddles in a way that in some battle you have to take some riders as your friends, and in some riders or in some paddles you have to take your other riders as opponents. So at the moment it seems that this group on the front is a bunch of friends. There are from different teams, but they are still doing good, riding really well together, and they have to get an advantage, a big advantage from the Peloton to get away of the race. This is the main group. It is called the Peloton in cycling terms. I'm not referring to the team today called Peloton from team from Estonia, but yeah, cycling terms, this is a Peloton. And if you have watched Tour de France, maybe, then the breakaway is called Tête de la Course. So a breakaway is on the front. They have attacked from the first windy part of the race. So when you had really good crosswind, side wind of the race, this is the head of the race. So yeah, Maciej Polski on the first straight where you had wind, they put full gas racing, and they put the pedal to the metal, as you say, and they have split the field. That there's around 15 guys at the front here, and there's a small camp back to the peloton that is led by a national team of Latvia, and you can see some Also some Swedes at the front, but really the Latvian team wants to get these guys back, and you can see, yeah, this is a perfect picture for a postcard for Polish cycling. Maciej Polski, all of the 6 riders are in a line. This is really kudos to the sports director of the Polish team. They haven't got away at the moment, but it was a show of force. You can see that the Peloton has come even more nearer. Now the French team, Franchise Deschaux development team, the Franchise Deschaux is coming back to the breakaway here. And it's really nice to see that the tarmac is now, it's not that bad anymore. You can also see that we should have there was a 500 meter mark now, and there should be a finish for some points. So now the race is all back together. The breakaway has been got, and this is the first sprint finish of the race, an intermediate sprint. Who's going to win it? You can see some Polski riders there, and also Gert Kivistik, and that was definitely Mikkel Reim was third there, but I didn't see if it was Gert Kivistik from Peloton. It looked like he was second, and a rider from the Polish team won that sprint, but we're gonna have some confirmation in a few seconds. But now the race is all back together. You would say that if the Polish rider won that intermediate sprint, then this attack that they did, this team attack, as you could say, they did at the front of the race, the start of the race, was a good idea, because you can get some good points and some bonus seconds as well. So yeah, this was Raziku's intermediate sprint, and the riders are doing an average speed of 48 kilometers an hour according to the schedule. So you could see that these riders aren't holding back anything, and they want to get as fast as possible back to Tallinn, Pirita. And now the Franchise Deschaux team, they brought back the breakaway, and now they are going on attack, because in a race or in anywhere, the best defense is attacking, and when you are in the breakaway, your team doesn't have to do any work in the peloton. So it's good tactics to always do that. You can see that the Norwegian team is here, the Franchise Deschaux, one Swedish guy, also one Lithuanian guy. So this is really good possibility to get into a breakaway where no Polish team is, and no Estonian national team, one of the two bigger favorite teams for today. So because they have just been on the front going full gas for the last 15 kilometers, so they should be a little spent, and this is a good possibility for other teams to get their riders in front of the race. And yeah, here a nice breakaway is forming here, like even 8 riders, and as I just said, that it's going to be a nice possibility to get into a breakaway where no Polish rider is going to be from Maciej Polski. You can see that one rider is on the tails of these attackers and really doing really good policing work, and not letting a big breakaway get away without their rider in there. And this is really good tactics from HRE Maciej Polski team. A Swedish national rider is on the front now, but this attack has been nullified, and the peloton is back together. The Swede understood that and just gave his gave his. He showed with his elbow that no point of going any further. Let's wait to get the back together, and I'll choose myself next battle and next attack to do, and maybe then he is successful. So yeah, the back is all together. 113 riders here, but still attacks are coming fast and from left, right, and center. And the Polish team again, they are going to attack. They are in front. Uno X riders from the Norwegian team, Latvian national team is here. Well, the Latvians are doing a good race today. Also, the Norwegian riders from Uno X. I think Uno X riders are one of the black horses for today. They don't have a designated sprinter, so they are more or less going for attacks, and they can do that perfectly. So yeah, it's an exciting race, and here we should see for the next few kilometers, or even for the next 20 kilometers, a lot of attacking to form a breakaway and get away of the peloton.
Give me the mountains and bubbly streams, the flowers swaying in the summer breeze, the butterflies, birds and bees. That's the rolling life for me. That's the rolling
Skoda.
life for
Simply clever.
me.
In the northeast corner of Europe lies a country you may have never heard of. Yet you've been here before, whenever you've closed your eyes, and envisioned the perfect city as you listened to fairy tales, or escaped to a secret getaway where no one could find you, or dreamt about a magical stroll through a winter wonderland. And then there are things you probably didn't quite imagine, like driving to the nearest island across a frozen sea, or singing with close to 10% of the population, or diving into a former Soviet prison, or wandering through what was once the largest factory in Imperial Russia. Estonia is a fascinating hybrid of Eastern Europe and Scandinavia. Locals enjoy the world's most advanced digital society and yet are closely tied to nature. It's a place where you can pick superfoods from fields of dandelions, enjoy the finest Nordic gastronomy among the wilderness, canoe across flooded meadows, and purify the body and soul in a smoke sauna. We know it's not your average bucket list destination, but we promise it's one you'll never forget once you've been here.
And you're back in the race, watching Baltic Chain Tour 2021, Stage 1. You see a really nice commercial about the Baltic Chain story. This is not a usual race. It has a lot of history in it, and hopefully all of the riders understand this history as well. As I told in the start of the broadcast, approximately 2 million people joined their hands for a day in the Baltic region, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and on the August 23, 1989, due through global attention that the Baltic countries want to get independent. They wanted to get rid of the Soviet regime, and actually this Baltic chain of the human chain that they did in 1989 is registered in the Guinness book of records. It was more than 600 kilometers of people holding their hands. Magical moment, definitely, for whole of the people that were in that chain. And this cycling tour represents that story, that event 22 years ago, and the tradition actually was even before that event. It started in 1955, and a Baltic tour was done until 1987, and in 2010 in Riga, three presidents of three national cycling unions signed the cooperation that they're bringing back the traditional Baltic cycling tour. And from 2011, they have conducted this tour in three Baltic states. It's one of the longest annual cycling tours in Northern Europe, and it belongs to the UCI 2.2 category cycling tours. So from there on, there's different like leagues in cycling, as there are different leagues in you could say in football. You have Premier League, that is the World Tour, then League One, that is two horse category, and then League Two is 2.1, and from there on this is 2.2. But it's a great field of riders coming from a lot of different nations, and it's a high class field today. Here you can see a French rider with a Norwegian on the back of the wheel, and then also a Czech Republic representative, and champion of Sweden. He's doing a really hard race today. So yeah, you can see there was just before this right turn, there was a long straight where also the wind made a factor. It was a possibility to do more side wind action, but it wasn't as long as the first part of the stage, where the Polish Maciej Skopolski really turned the gas on and split the field for a few kilometers, but now they're back together, and you can see on the front of the bunch there is Josten Weidem riding for Estonian national team, bringing back this little four-man breakaway. Yeah, Josten Weidem, a really good mountain biker. He raced in the European Championships of mountain biking marathon. He's the Estonian champion of marathon riding, and a proper diesel engine, as you could say, really vital part of national team Estonia today. But yeah, here there's still 135 kilometers to the finish. That's a lot. A lot can happen in this next 135 kilometers. I think we should see some more attacks. There have been attacks, but nothing like really special that a few guys will go full gas to get the advantage from the Peloton, and here Ampler team, development team rider is doing just that, going full gas to get some of a gap between him and the Peloton. Yeah, Ampler team rider. Now it's a good opportunity to go full gas by himself, to just hopefully some kind of a smaller group will bridge to him, and then they can go to ride in a proper breakaway. But it's nobody wants to let riders go away. So at the back of the field, you could say that, yeah, everybody is riding really defensively at the moment. Nobody wants to give any team an advantage. Definitely the wake-up call that the Polish team did at the start of the race was a thing of a beauty, that all the riders saw that, oh my, we have to really race for today's race. We can't let anybody go, and that this is not just a race that you do the first 160 kilometers up. One Saint-Étienne rider was on the left. There was a lot of loose gravel there and a lot of really moist watery gravel. When you go on the side, it's really easy to crash, but hopefully he stayed up, and hopefully the other riders will stay up. Also, you don't want to go on the gravel part on the sides of the road. You can have there's a big risk of getting a puncture, and a big risk of falling off your bicycle. But you can see here a nice it was a nice view from the left side. Norwegian rider attacked from the UNX cycling team, and from the right side Ampler team went full gas also. So there are, as you could say, attacks coming from left or right, but nobody is giving anybody an easy race today. And now a lone rider from Francis de Gio is going on the attack. But right when the French rider attacked, four riders are on the back of his wheel, and yeah, nobody wants to let anybody off the leash. Here at the back, there is, rider just doing nothing extraordinary. There's a rider from Team France Defense, 83, Nicolas Colottini. French rider just waiting for his moment to go on the offensive to help his teammates and ride a proper race. Now a big breakaway is forming at the front, but it's I think this is a really a dangerous breakaway, where you can see a lot of you can see Karl Walter Klauke from the Estonian national team is signaling to his teammates, come to the front of the race, attack, control, let's do attacking race, because Lauke he has a really good sprint leg, but he likes a hard race. He likes when he can go full gas, and that's one of his specialties, that maybe he's not the fastest rider in a finish, but his sprint is as good as at the end of 150 kilometer full gas race, and it's as good as a 150 kilometers easy race. So that's his way to win the race. But now you can see the map of the race. There's one big loop that we're doing at the moment. We are approaching Kuusalu in near the more eastern part of the ride today, and we're doing big loop, and then we're going to come back from Loksa and then riding straight back to Tallinn, to Pirita, to the Pirita Velodrome, where we can see in 131 kilometers who's the winner of Stage 1 2021 Baltic Chain Tour. You can see, the main group is all together, and no hurry at the moment to get nobody has gotten any advantage of this race at the moment. So Peloton is just riding together as a big happy family that is doing a lot of attacks for the whole race. And as you can see on the map, there's a lot of, in the second part of the race, riders are gonna go right near the coastal area, just right near the sea. So near the sea, it's always a bit more windy. So at the start of the race, the wind made a really nice, exciting part, and it was a good opportunity to attack and make the race hard. And definitely in the last part of the race, there should be also some good wind, and you could see some attacks, and there's definitely not a certainty that today it will be a sprint finish. I think it's gonna be a small group going away on the last laps of near Pirita, and yeah, we could have a surprise winner today. We had a surprise winner last year when Aloyakin rode away with Kertier, and they fought out in the sprint finish where Aloyakin won stage 1. But yeah, let's see how's the race going to be today. And yeah, it's a Baltic Chain Tour is it's a 2.2 race, but it has this year there's a lot of good riders, but even there have been some extraordinary riders riding in Baltic Chain Tour. In 2014, there was an unknown rider at that moment, Matthew Vanderpoel, riding and winning in Estonia in Baltic Chain Tour. And now is, of course, he just wore the yellow jersey in Tour de France. He had a nasty fall in the Olympics men's mountain bike race. He was a favorite for that, but yeah, his fall gave all the advantage to British Dan Bidcock, who as his gentle age, he did a proper race and won a gold medal in Tokyo. But here, Finnish national team rider is going on the attack, and we haven't seen a lot of the Finns in this race at the moment, but it's about time to go on the attack, on the offensive. So yeah, the Finn went on the attack, and it looked like a Lithuanian rider tried to counter-attack him on the fronts. Now we're going under the Tallinn-Narva highway. It's the main highway where you can get from Tallinn to Russia if you want. They're going under here. Hopefully, and I know they are not going on the highway. There's a lot of traffic there, and so it's not a good idea. But yeah, still attacks are coming thick and fast, but nobody's getting an advantage. It's maybe it's the fact that this race is you can always see your you can see your front group. You have to have a really big distance to lose sight of the breakaway. So there's the mental thing that if you can see what you're chasing, it's always a lot easier to chase that breakaway. And here we have a Q Tower, a nice infrastructure, historic place near Tallinn-Narva Monte and near Kuusalu. It's good training roads. These roads that the riders are doing at the moment, there's even on any day there's not a lot of traffic, and yeah, when you're a cyclist in Tallinn in Estonia, then you definitely have done these raced on these roads, gone on trainings, and the Kyiv Tower is a nice place to go through. But yeah, the race hasn't been. There was this, yeah, Mashevska-Polski did their move, but from there on, it hasn't been as attackive as it should have been, or at least no real breakaway has been formed from the start, and it's a surprise for me because when you, especially if you look all the big Grand Tours or the big World Tour rides, then you in a long flat stage as we have today in Estonia. You can't have a really hilly stage in Estonia because unfortunately there are not a lot of hills, so you can only do some nice picturesque rides on a flat course. And so in the big races, there's usually at the start of the race there's a little breakaway being formed of 3 to 6 riders approximately. And then they're riding on the peloton gives them a bigger advantage, and then at the second part of the race, all the sprint teams, big teams come to the front of the peloton, they put the gas down and then they reel in the breakaway, and then they fight out for the sprint finish. But in these smaller races, it's always a gamble if you give because you don't know all of the riders that are racing with. There's a big mix of nationalities, and these continental teams ride on different calendars. In a World Tour race, you know pretty much everybody that you're racing with because you have probably been in maybe teammates, you have raced in a lot of races, and of course the sports directors know them, and they get a lot of publicity, which riders are going good, which riders aren't going good. But in the smaller ones, it's a big gamble because you never know how good of a rider you're gonna let away in the breakaway, and they're gonna be a really tough challenge to bring them back into the peloton, and you might just give away a high place on the podium if you just think, oh, let's let this breakaway go. We're definitely gonna catch them in the latter part of the race. So that's why in this race, nobody wants to give anybody even a few seconds of breakaway time because you never know who's going to be in the front. And six-man teams. A few teams I saw are only riding with five men, so not a lot of teams who can really control the race. And in the Tour de France, you have 8 rider teams. There's a lot of riders that can sacrifice their good result for the sake of other riders in their team. But here, maybe this is going to be a little breakaway. But yet, 2 Lithuanian riders on the front, and nobody wants to get a small breakaway away of 6-7 riders, where 2 riders are from the same team because they have a big advantage then. And here we can saw little tactical play done with the Lithuanians. They saw that they're going to be caught because they're with 2 riders in front, and then the second Lithuanian rider just freewheeled to let the front teammate get an advantage on the peloton. It's a small tactical thing that riders do. It's the same with even in sprint finishes when you have a lot of riders from the same team riding in the slipstream of each other. When they go to the last curves, then they just can maybe freewheel a little bit in the curve, or not sprint out of the turn, and then you straight you're going to have a lot of a big advantage of from the peloton. And in a really racing situation, when you can get 1 wheel length, 2 bike lengths, then it's a big advantage that you're gonna have. But you can saw that we just came through Kuusalu, a nice town in Estonia, and now we're going on a cool little circuit. It's also there's a public race every spring on this circuit in Kuusalu cycling race, where all of the cycling fanatics can race with some professionals, because always there are some professionals at home, and it's a nice opportunity to test your legs with the professionals that are doing testing, riding their bikes full time and 24/7. So it's a cool opportunity. And here we can see last year's winner, Kertjär, team national team of Estonia. Well, we'll see. I'm not certain that he can defend his title, but we can see that the Ampler team rider saw that we just got a little distance between the breakaway and the Peloton. Let's go full gas. But the Peloton saw that also. For a few seconds they just went across the road, and when a Peloton is across the road, then it shows that they are not going full gas. When the Peloton is really stretched out, everybody is on the slipstream of others 1-2s. Then you can say that they were going full gas and they're not letting anything come past them. And but here we can see the Peloton is really all together across the road, but now in the front of the field there are some more attacks, and nobody wants to get away. Nobody wants to let anybody get away. That's more of a thing. And yeah, Peloton rider Kurt Kivistik goes alone now. You have to be sneaky. You have to when you do attack from when you're like sprinting on your bike. It just shows that you're going really full gas, but you have to be sneaky. You have to come from the back with a bit of more speed on your. You don't have to come out of your saddle and then just do your legs, do the talking, and not show it out with your body. So it's a little play of chess every kilometer that these riders are doing. It has so many different aspects when you're racing road group rides. So yeah, it looks easy, but it's actually it has so many little nuances that you have to perfect. You have to have the tactics, you have to have sneakiness, you have to have your poker face. Of course, you have to be really strong, but you have to have a little bit of luck all the time. You have to have good teammates. So, yeah, it's a sport that it's hard to get your head around it if you haven't been a rider yourself. But when you understand it, when you understand the little things that the riders have to go through for the whole race, then you're really going to be hooked on it. It's definitely, even watching the races, you can get proper adrenaline jump, and it's a nice sport to get involved with. It's a nice sport to do because you can see a lot, and it's a brutal sport to do professionally. And kudos to all these guys that are doing it and showing us what they can do on these Estonian roads today. Let's see who's going to rise to the top at the end of the stage, the crème de la crop. Definitely the French want to rise to the top. They want to show that the French are the most iconic country in cycling. But I think there's a little bit of a home stretch advantage for all the Baltic countries and the Finns here. So home roads, they have a little bit of an advantage, because definitely all of the Estonian riders that are in this race today from national team Estonia or from Peloton, from Ampler, from the Estonian guys here are know the roads definitely the best, but these roads aren't. You don't get a lot of advantage if you know the road so well, but at the end of the race, when there's the 6-kilometer circuit, when you know the race there, then it's
Simply clever.
Giving up was never part of our mindset. Right from the beginning, challenges spurred our inventiveness. When Václav Klement's complaint about an inferior bicycle was rejected, the young bookseller answered, "In that case, I'll produce my own bikes." He and his partner Václav Laurin didn't stop there. Soon their inventiveness was tested once again, mastering the combustion engine. The Laurin and Clement motorcycles were followed by their first car, the Laurin and Clement Voiturette A. In 1925, the factory in Mlada Boleslav merged with Skoda from Pilsen and set off to conquer international markets by developing innovative cars that actually cared about the customer's needs. The existential threat of the world economic crisis only boosted the inventiveness of the company. While other car manufacturers disappeared, Skoda radically changed its product palette and offered cars which were more affordable for a broader audience. Since then, Skoda has been the biggest selling car brand in the Czech lands. It wasn't long before history set the next hurdle. The war was over, the challenges were not. But once again, our spirit of inventiveness proved stronger. From the 50s on, legendary cars were created. Finally, a new era began, and we started, what else? Tackling new challenges. Partnering with Volkswagen, Skoda combined inventiveness with the experience of a global player. Cars like the new generation Octavia, the Fabia, the Superb, and the Scala followed. From the Kodiaq on, we enlarged our SUV range. Model after model surprised with great design and simply clever ideas that showed a deep understanding of human needs. Since then, Skoda has not only convinced but excited millions of customers in more than 100 countries. Now we are in the middle of a new challenge. After 125 years, we electrify our cars and digitalize our business. How will we respond? By transforming from a traditional car manufacturer into a simply clever company for the best mobility solutions. Knowing that challenges only spur our unshakable spirit of human inventiveness.
Skoda. Simply clever.
We're back live on watching Baltic Chain Tour 2021, and the racing is in the same place as we let it go before the commercial riders are attacking, but nobody's getting away. It's a brutal race. It's hard morally for all the riders, because when you go into attack, you have only one objective: you get away from the peloton. But if the peloton doesn't want you to get away, it's hard. You wanna get some distance, but nobody has been let off the leash. The leash is really small, really short today. Some nice pictures here, looking at the Team France defense, these France defense riders, the back rider, I can see his number is 81, is pretty much the whole race being at the back, and if you watch the coverage of the race, it has been a really smart decision from the French defense rider that has been at the back, because no rider has been off the front, and when you're riding in the back, it's so much easier. Slipstreaming is a big thing in cycling, and you can get so much easier when you're riding in a slipstream, especially in these flat roads that yeah, that's why all of the riders, when you attack, you straight want to go on his wheel, because when you don't get on the wheel, then you have to do a lot of work. But now Mikael Räim from Marshalsk Polski, Estonian national champion, is on the front now and trying to get away from the peloton. This is definitely a move that is not going to go away. Our favorite, like Mikael Räim, is trying to go away. It's I think nobody wants to give him even talking about not talking about meters, but talking about inches. So nobody wants to give him any inch in this race today. So it would be pretty much like I don't know. Mark Cavendish would like to go away from the start of the Tour de France stages, and you don't want to let him get away. But now it's a bit of shaky. The picture, you can see the road is not as smooth as you would like, but again, Estonian national team rider is it looks to be like Peter Tarvis on the wheel of a rider from, it looks to be from the Czech team, the Czech Republic team that have come to Estonia to race this ride. Top Forex, nope. It's hard to see which rider is with Peter Darvis, but it doesn't really matter anymore because again, another attack has been made and another attack has been brought back from by the peloton. So it's hard to see what kind of tactics does these riders have, and hard to see that anybody getting away from this bunch that really wants to hold this together. I don't know if there are so many sprinters today in this race, or just there are riders that are really keen to ride together. It's interesting tactics from riders, yeah. Yeah, and there's a Norwegian rider on the back, number 43 from. Yeah, 152 also at the back. They were just enjoying their time, and Estonia is a bit wet, but it's there's not a lot of chance to get away, so it's definitely hard. There was Ika Mikkonen from Finnish national team at the back, but now back to the front of the race. Another attack, but you can see there's Karl-Baltic Lauk, three Ampler riders, three Ampler development riders are on the front, and two from Dopex are also going on the attack. This is dangerous. This is dangerous, and you can see that the bunch knows that this is dangerous, so they don't want to get anybody go away in this attack. And it's already brought back by the Ampler team and the Polish Marshalsk Polski team. Yeah, we're getting nearer 100 k's to go. We started today with 164 kilometers on the agenda. We have done already 55 kilometers, and the riders haven't had a really easy start today. It hasn't really rained, but it's the tarmac has been constantly wet for the race, and all the riders are they're dirty and wet, which is never nice when you're riding a bike. You want to be clean and dry. That's the most comfortable way to ride a bicycle. But these riders don't really, that doesn't affect them. They are professionals. They are used to riding in tough conditions and used to riding with tough competitors. And you can see it's really cool actually, because no rider has gotten into the breakaway. It shows that just how how similar riders are in this race. So it gives us a good intuition that the next 2 days, and of course today also, is going to be really exciting riders, because no team is really above everybody and no rider is above everybody. So it should be an open race for the whole 3 stages. And yeah, I think we're gonna have probably a more of a surprise winner in today's stage and for the whole cycling tour, the Baltic Chain Tour. Here we can see it's nice that in these forests it's hard to get spectators out, but you have of course people riding in their cars that are forced to stop by the police, that the cyclists can come through easily and safely. And you saw just one spectator from the car was taking pictures and videos that oh, they're just embarked of a really big sports event now. It's it doesn't happen in football when you're just having a stroll and you're oh my, you're at the center of a football stage. So cycling is really special in that part, that it has an opportunity for spectators to be right next to the riders on it's the best places, of course, are in big mountain stages. Well, unfortunately, we don't have big mountain stages in this Baltic Chain Tour, but yeah, when you're racing in the southern part of Europe, then you have big mountain stages, and when riders are going really slow, 10 kilometers an hour on big climbs, calls, then when you're a spectator, you can see so many riders for so long time, and from such a near, you can see them just right next to you. But of course, it makes some really horrifying crashes also. And at the start of stage 1 of this year's Tour de France, there was a rider holding a spectator holding a sign up, and he was smiling into the camera, and he was holding, she was holding the sign up to in front of the racers, and a racer from Team Lotto Jumbo-Visma, the German Tony Martin, straight went into the sign at 50-60 kilometers per hour, and it brought down a lot of riders. So that was a nasty part of a race. But here we can see a trash shown. So yeah, this is the possibility for riders to throw their used shell buckets or used muesli bar wrappers on the ground, and get also some new bottles from souvenirs. Souvenirs are the a name for the helpers on the side of the road that are giving extra water, energy drink, and extra food for the riders. And always it's good to have this trash zone, or this possibility to take. Oh, it was a pity that the Norwegian rider didn't get his bottle from the souvenir, and that's a pity. You have to drink, you have to eat in a race like this, because if you don't drink and eat, you're going to have, in cycling terms, you're going to bonk. It means that you're just going to be depleted from energy, and it's really hard to race for gold, race for a victory if you don't have any energy. But this is a little incline at the moment. And some riders are taking advantage of it and doing some attacks, but now it should go downhill for kilometers or so. And on a downhill, when it isn't technical, when it's as straight as an arrow as this downhill is, it's as an individual rider or a little group, it's very hard to get away on a downhill, because the group effect just gives you more speed. You're constantly going past riders, and then they are going past you, and then just the pace is driven up for the bunch. Here at the back of the field, we can see that some riders are opting for as aerodynamical position as possible, but some years ago there was a possibility to like really even get a more aerodynamical position, that you can sit on your top tube. Top tube is the, well, as it says, the main tube on your cycling. It's on the top, the tube that connects your seat post with your handlebar. You can sit on there, and you can get a really aerodynamical position, but for safety reasons, the UCI, Union Cyclist International, the Federation of Cycling across the globe, said that no, riders are not allowed to sit on the top tube anymore, because it is too dangerous for them, and it's also dangerous for maybe even not the professionals, but it's dangerous for young riders that watch these professional racers, and they all of them want to be like these professional racers. And it doesn't only go with the young riders, it goes to also like hobby cyclists that got into accidents because they try to be as professional as possible and ride on the top tube, and it's yeah, it makes it could end in a pretty horrifying accident. So it's not allowed anymore, and also it's not allowed to use your it's like called puppy dog hands. So you can't put your hands your hands have to be really holding the handlebar, because there was at some point where a lot of riders were going just like putting their, I don't know, pretty much elbow on the handlebar and getting an aerodynamical position on the ride. But when you have a cusp of wind and you're not really actually holding your handlebar, then it could be really dangerous as well. And another attack from Francis Deschaux, and it's straight followed by a rider from the Czech Republic team and Estonian national team defending champion Gert Juer, and also a rider from the Swedish national team. And yeah, this attack is very fastly nullified, and nobody got away of the punch. But as you can see, Sunshine is coming out, and it should try out the tarmac in a few kilometers. At the moment it is really wet. You can see this is a camera on top of the motorbike, camera motorbike, and it just shut up a lot of moisture from the back of the field. And yeah, it's a proper race here, but hopefully the sunshine makes it a little easier. Francis Deschaux 181. This is a this should be Lorenzo Germani, Italian rider riding for this French Groupama Francis Deschaux team. Lorenzo Germani is a really good young up-and-coming talent from Italy. Italy is a big cycling nation, and they have a lot of really good professional riders, and this Lorenzo Germani is actually just 19 years old, but already going really good. And riding in a continental team. He had some good results this year. He was 21 in Trofeo Biva. It's a under 23 Italian one-day race, a really high-profile one, and also he got into the finish of Giro Ciclisto Val di Osta. This is definitely one of the hardest races in U23 calendar, and just finishing that race shows that they're going really, really good. But an up-and-coming star for Italy. Italy had they didn't have the best rides in the Olympics. Their main favorite for gold in men's time trial, Filippo Canna, riding for it. Ineos Grenadiers didn't have a good race and didn't get a medal in that race. So he was the big favorite, but just the heat and the route profile wasn't to his best. It didn't suit him as it should have. But now, it's under 100 kilometers to go, and you can see that riders have been upping the pace now. They are still trying to get a breakaway, but at some point the elastic should snap. And as I say, elastic should snap. It should be that they are going to let some kind of a little breakaway go away, and then the other teams are going to control the race. But it's it's an exciting race, because the last 65 and plus kilometers you have only seen attacks from all over the field, and this is a rider from Norway, 146 Uno X rider. You see that Magnus Brinsur, the Uno X, their development team. You see a little like a plastic thing under his saddle. It's called an ass saver, and as its name is, and it's about saving your ass. It looks to be a really funny thing that won't do anything, but actually if you use it in a race like today, when you have a lot of water on the tarmac and a lot of water coming up from the back wheel, then it actually really keeps your tights dry, and it makes a lot more comfortable race when you're racing dry. But here we can see a rider from Ambler, a rider from Estonian national team, Josten Weidem, and he's being followed by a rider from the national team of Latvia. I can't see who the rider is at the moment, but this is a nice trio going up. And as I say that, it's all back together again. So it's this is a crazy race when you're following this. Hopefully, in back homes, you're cheering for a breakaway as well as I am, because there should come a breakaway at some point. But this is an attacking race, and everybody wants to attack, and nobody wants to get anybody. Then let them off the front of the race. But here we can see on the left that is Mikkel Reim, Estonian national champion, holding his bidon, his bottle to the sky. That shows that, please let my team car come up to me. I want some more. I want to change bottles. So you're gonna give the bottle that is empty away, and you're gonna get a new bottle from the car. Also, maybe he wants to get some food, and he still had his jacket on. Probably he wants to give that away also, because the sunshine is out and it should be a little warmer from now on, and the racing should get a little faster also. So when the racing gets faster, you get your adrenaline going in your body, and you get your pulse heart rate up, and then you are going to get a lot of more heat in your body. So So yeah, in the latter part of the race, there is no point of having extra layers of clothing, because you just you get the warm from inside, from your body, not outside. So yeah, you're gonna see a lot of riders in I don't know, 50 kilometers taking off their GLAs jackets to put them in your pockets, or to give them to the team cars, because you just don't throw away your jackets, because they're professionals, they don't have to pay for their clothing, but still it's these are all custom made for the cyclists, and it's a big expense just throwing them away. So you need them in your next races also. But this is a good place actually to really attack, because this is like a lot of S's around this this little road. It has narrowed a little bit, and also a lot of woods. So when you attack, you get a little bit of an advantage, and you turn a corner, then the peloton can't see you. So this is a perfect place to attack, and it's also when you're a little bit at the back of the peloton, you can't see who's gone in the attack, and when you can't see, it's hard to follow them if you don't know if you have to follow. Is it a dangerous move? Is it not a dangerous move? So riders are going. This is a good place to attack, and the Estonian rider Gertja, defending champion, knows this and has come up to the front of the field to see if it's a possibility to go off the front. And we're back at the back of the peloton. This is a rider, an Estonian from Estonian team called Team Peloton, riding under number 66. It is Ats Ulimaa, a young cyclist from Estonia, and also an up-and-comer guy, and definitely he has a bright future ahead of him. When you're a young guy racing in the Baltic Chain Tour, then you're going to have a good career from there on. But I think he's waiting for his team car. His team car hasn't come up. It's bad to just ride with a little distance behind the group, because it's a lot harder here. But here you can see the C1. So this is the commissar car. It's number 1. But Ats Ulimaa wants to get his team car now, and now the team car is here, and you get some new bottles from there. Little bottles, and maybe a little bit of a discussion with your sports director, that how are you feeling, how are the other guys feeling, how's the race going, because then the sports director can say some tactics. Hold on, you can see maybe Gert Kivistik, their team leader, was second in the first intermediate sprint, so he got 2 bonus seconds there. So maybe, let's just help Gert now, and in the end, Gert is a really good sprinter. Maybe he can get even a better place in the finish at the end of the race. But as I said, this is a good place to attack. A lot of S corners, a lot of possibilities to attack from. Like really go full gas, because if you have a little advantage here, then it's a good possibility to get away. And as you can see, the main group is just right next to the sea. We came from Loksa, from the right, and now we're actually we have gone through the farthest place of the ride today from Tallinn. Now we're heading back to Tallinn, but we're not going straight to Tallinn. We're going a little loop before Tallinn, just right near the sea, and then we're gonna have some finishing laps, three finishing laps in the end, three times 6 kilometer laps. And Karl-Patrik Lauk, winner of winner of Tour of Estonia this year. This is a powerhouse. He knows these roads really well. He knows that this is a place to attack. Karl-Patrik Lauk has gone, but he's alone. It's a big ass to go alone with 90 kilometers to go.
Skoda Enyaq iV, the first fully electric Tour de France leading car. September the 8th, 2020. Rider, Cameron Jeffers.
Hi, I'm Cameron Jeffers, and today we're taking on one of the most grueling climbs in the history of the Tour de France, the Col de Galibier.
Hello, Cameron. We are here to watch your back.
This beauty was unveiled at the world premiere just a few days ago, and it has already served as the director's car in the Tour de France, leading the peloton.
With climbs like these, two things are important. You've got to pace yourself and keep a steady cadence to ensure you don't blow before you get to the top. You know what? Screw it. Let's go full gas.
800 meters to the top. Meters to the top.
A little recharge for me. Now I think we should go and have some fun on the descent. Let's smash it.
Descent speed, 60 kilometers per hour. Kilometers per hour. Good job, Cameron.
Hey, thanks for the ride.
And we're back watching a live feed from Baltic Chain Tour Stage 1, just under 90 kilometers to go. This is a map of today's race, and you can see a little white dot called main group just up on the screen. And now we're back on the riders, and just before we went on the beautiful commercial from Skoda, picturesque ascents and descents in the French Alps. Karl-Patrik Lauk, the favorite for today, just attacked alone, but you can see that that attack has been brought back, and the peloton is all together again. So this race, Baltic Chain Tour, 164 kilometers today. It's a race that is funded by the European Regional Development Fund and Enterprise Estonia. It's a cool project, as I told you before. It's got a lot of history in it, a lot of history for the Baltic countries. These from in the screen was in a second. It was Norman Mastro, number 4 for national team Estonia, a rider who's riding in actually a World Tour team, Israel Startup Nation, and these are the places to go, and these are the places that guys are going on the attack. 5-rider breakaway is forming at the moment in the front, and a lot of caps now. This is maybe the opportunity to really go full gas and get an advantage from the Peloton, but it looks to be a bit too big breakaway and you get away because you just have to have the perfect amount of riders in your breakaway, because if there's a too big of a breakaway, then there's all this kind of riders who are just sitting, they don't want to do work, and you have to have the optimal amount of riders in the breakaway. Here we're back on the map at the main group, the little white dot that is moving not very fast on this map, but actually they are going really fast in these nice roads near north of Estonia. Back on the Peloton, yeah, it's as you could see in the front of the bunch, there is a really small gap. Probably these attacks aren't going to go anywhere, because as I said, you have to have a smaller breakaway to get away. When you have over 10 riders, then it's always difficult to get an advantage. And again, Baltic from national team Estonia went to attack, but he's not really satisfied of the things that the Ampler team development rider did, because he was full on his wheel when the Baltic attacked, but he has gone again. That just shows you how strong Baltic feels, and no, he did his attack, but it wasn't successful. He did his attack and now he's back in the Peloton, but he did a good like a little lead out for a Lithuanian rider from the Memel top team. I don't know who this rider is yet, but he's got a proper advantage from the Peloton. It's one of the best breakaways for this race. There's already some distance between him and the Peloton, but going alone, 86 kilometers to go. It's a suicide mission, and I think even this rider knows that it is a suicide mission. But then you ask, why are they doing these suicide missions? It is because, you attack alone, you get a little distance, and then you hope that there's going to come a counter-attack with 3, 4, 5 riders, and then you can latch onto them and then drive away with a little breakaway. At the back of the field, and now number 91 has just eaten a little bit, and as you saw, he put his wrapper, his I don't know, was it a gel wrapper or was it a muesli bar wrapper? He put it under his shirt. So it's a good little thing that cyclists do, that you don't want to, if you eat your food, you don't want to, of course you don't throw it on the ground, or there's a specific area on the road where you can throw your trash there, but you don't want to put it back to your pocket on the back of your jersey. So because when you put it into a pocket and you take another wrapper or gel out of it, then it might just go flying off into the nature, and so you put it under your jersey, and when there is the designated area for trash, then you just you get it from under your jersey, and then you can throw it into the trash area, and that's a little thing that the riders do, and a little like a life hack for cyclists. But now we can see a 4-man breakaway, 2 riders. Looks to be definitely one Swedish national team rider. There was at least one Ampler team development rider, but we have It seems like a little problems with our picture from the motorbike. It is a lot of really thick forests around northern Estonia, and well, Estonia is a digital nation, but sometimes even the rain and so on. It jams up a little bit the connection, and but we're going to be shortly back to the riders going in the race. Yeah, 84 kilometers to go. They should have a right turn soon. They already left turn, and they just did it. And there's still 2 intermediate sprints to go. One is 37 kilometers before the finish, and one is 20 kilometers before the finish. And you got 3, 2, 1 bonus seconds. Bonus seconds are really wider in this race because there should be at least 2 sprint finishes in this race from 3 stages, maybe 3 sprint finishes, so you can get your advantage just from bonus seconds, and they are so vital to get a high place in the GC general classification at the end of the race. Here we can see number 26 from Latvian national team having 2 bidons in his back pockets, probably bringing water or sports drink to his teammates. But this is the first real breakaway that has formed. We can see an Ampler development team rider, Swede, and soon we will know who are the 2 other riders in this breakaway. It looks to be one from it's one from also from the Lithuanian rider from Mevel top team. As I told you before, he was the guy who went alone. He knew that he didn't have any chance of going alone to the finish, but he hoped that a little breakaway is going to catch him, and that was just the thing that happened. The 3 riders bridged across to him, and now they're a strong 4-rider group, with a little advantage from the peloton. But yeah, we are approaching Citra in North Estonia. This is a big actually nature. Sees nature park in here, Lahemaa nature park, and it's some really nice scenes here. This is the breakaway that has been formed for riders. Hopefully we can get the numbers soon. It looks to be 1-1-3 from Swedish national team, then also an Ampler team rider, Tartu 2024. Tartu is a second biggest city in Estonia, and it is the European cultural capital of the European cultural capital in 2024. This is the Lithuanian rider at the back here. It looks to be number 51. It is number 51, Darius Gervus. He was 5th last year in this race, so he is a really good rider. And it's Uko Peltonen from Ampler development team, the Swedish Jonathan Halsson, and the German Dom May. So really good group forming in the front of the race. And Darius Gervus is a proper rider. He knows this Baltic chain tour really well. He's 31 years old. He was 7th this year in the national time trial championships of Lithuania. Last year he was 5th in Baltic Chain Tour. He was 2nd on stage 2 and 5th on stage 3. So a really successful tour last year, and he definitely wants to get a few positions up from last year to get onto the podium this year, and he should be actually the best guy from his team. So it's unusual tactics that the Memel top team, a Lithuanian continental team, has gone on to the attack with Darius Jervus, who should be the best sprinter for them. So it should be maybe Jervus is just feeling good and having a little gamble. Maybe he can go away, and now we should have a little climb. This is one of the few climbs that we have today, but already this 4-man breakaway has been brought back, and this is proper racing here. These riders are not holding anything back. This is approximately 1 kilometer climb, and it's a perfect place to really attack and get a little distance between themselves and the peloton. So yeah, this is a place where a proper breakaway can form. And this is defending champion Gert Jär, just on the front of national team Estonia. Doing the tempo, looking at others. Is anybody going to attack, or is it more of a we just went full gas into the climb, but now yeah, it seems like nobody wants to really invest in this this attack on this climb. Maybe Kurt is the only one here. Here back of the group, still yeah, from the back of the group it always looks it's that are just strolling around, but they're actually going really fast up this climb, and these guys just are as good that they yeah, they make it look effortlessly easy, but it actually isn't. It really isn't. This is a proper climb, and for Estonian sense, a proper climb. So and these guys are taking advantage of this little climb to attack. On a climb, the slipstream possibilities or slipstream advantage is lower. So it's even if somebody is in your slipstream, it's still hard. And Mikkel Reim, Marshall Polski, Estonian national champion, is attacking here. It shows that Mikkel Reim is feeling good. If he goes onto the attack 78 kilometers before the finish, he knows that on this they went over this little climb. There's a little plateau here. There's a lot of side wind possibility here, and the Estonian national champion Mikkel Reim, and he was just followed by the 2019 national champion of Estonia, Norman Vahtra. They know that this is a good place to be in the front. You have to be in the front. If somebody goes full gas, you can just yeah, be off the back really quickly. But yeah, 77.9 kilometers to go. We have gone through the halfway field of the half part of the race, and yeah, from here on, it's going to get more and more interesting. And when we get every kilometer nearer to the finish, there's more nervous racing, more jostling for position, and that's why we like cycling. You have to have a good position, and you have to have your yeah, you have to be on guard all of the time. And here we can see Marshall Polski rider. He came back from the team cars, probably get some new food and bidons, and now he's back on the back of the bench. But still, yeah, favorite Mikkel Reim is still doing good job on the front end. Now we can see Francistijo development team is on the front with their whole team. They are not laying they are not playing about, and they want to take this race and dictate it and be on the front. They have attacked a lot, but they haven't done anything extraordinary in this stage today. So it's a good opportunity to really put other teams under pressure. But unfortunately, I think all the riders thought that hopefully this place, and it is a perfect place to get some crosswind action. But unfortunately, the wind is not that strong at the moment, and it doesn't blow from the right direction. So, yeah, if you don't have the perfect crosswind conditions, then it's really hard riding echelons. Echelons are the thing that these riders wanted to do, but yeah, it's hard. We just saw yesterday in Vuelta a España some proper echelons, and echelons are when it's crosswind, some teams go to the front, go full gas, and then you see like a string of riders just everybody is on the back of each other, and gaps opening up. And that is one of the most beautiful sights of cycling racing, echelons. It's usually really usual in Belgium or Dutch races at the start of the season, in Flanders and in Roubaix, when you have a lot of bad weather, and usually in near the north of France or in Belgium, it's always windy and really narrow roads, and it gives all the cycling fans some amazing pictures from racing. But here we are back on the a little map view. So we're heading back to Tallinn when at the end of the race we're gonna have three 6-kilometer circuits near Pirita. All the fans, all the spectators that are in Estonia at the moment. I don't know how much your English speaking fans are in Estonia. Gather around Pirita, near Pirita Velodrome. The approximate finish should be around 45 minutes past 1 in Pirita. So gather around. They're gonna see a nice finish from these riders. And this is Andris Vosakon's national team Latvia representative, a really big powerhouse, number 22. He's been in the Pro Peloton for a while now. He didn't get to get as good as his compatriots Tom Squinch, Chris Neylands, who are in the World Tour. But it's been there or thereabout, and he just really loves cycling. Just did an interview with him last year in Girona, where he stayed. Is a really cool guy. Is a positive thinking, and as I said, probably the tallest guy in this peloton. Super teammate and very good helper in races. And when you're as tall, then it's so good for the other riders to be in your slipstream. So a perfect lead-out man for some faster guys in the race. But we see some new attacks coming from here, but nothing really serious. Nothing. Nobody really wants to commit. They're just attacking like with 50% of power. And we see the most beautiful jersey in this race today. Maciej Skopolski, national champion of Estonia. Mika Räim just took off his red team kit, and now he chose his Estonian national championship jersey. It's really special for the day. It's the 30th anniversary of re-independence of Estonia, so a big celebration day in Estonia. And what more would we want? The Estonian people, that a Estonian champion wins on this special day in the Baltic Chain Tour. But some more attacks coming off the front. A lone rider from I think at some point he went. And I was just looking back that, oh, where are you guys? Where are you? I don't want to go alone. It's still 73 kilometers to go. That's too much for myself. Please come and help me. But I think when they're going to come and help, then the whole peloton will be on its wheel, and this attack will not go anywhere. But let's see. There's a little, a little gap opening up with 6-7 riders off the front at the moment, and the sun has really come out. At some point, I told you that the sun came out and then it still started raining. I hope I'm not wrong again. So hopefully, the sun really stays out now. Yeah, and here we see Lars from Global Cycling Team giving as much stuff away to his team car as possible. So, yeah, extra clothing, extra pedons, some food that he didn't want to eat, or food wrappers. He gave everything off to the car, and we're going to see a lot of this at the moment. Riders going back to their cars to give away all the warm weather clothing, because the sun has come out and we are approaching the latter parts of the stage. So the racing should be taken hot from here on, and you don't need no extra warming on your body. So yeah, but now I just wanted to say that the peloton has slowed down a bit, but and then they started attacking again. So a Swede, a Frenchman, and a rider from let's see. But as you can see, a 3-man breakaway wants to go away, and then it slowed down for a second, and then they're right back going with pace. Here we have already been, so here we went on the big loop just when we came back from here. So these riders have been already in here before today, so it should be a similar pace for the riders. This, at the back of the group, main group peloton, it has been straying out a little bit, but nothing. Nobody is injecting real pace in the race at the moment. Here we see just a rider from Uno X 143 Lowland, Zacharias Koller, came back from the cars, and Uno X, their development team. It's a Norwegian development team which consists of mainly Scandinavian riders from Norway. Some are from Danish, and it's a team which is really similar to Ampler development team. It gives a chance for Scandinavian riders to go race a lot and take another step in their career. When you get a good environment when you're young, then you're probably it's higher chances that you can go really into the highest field of cycling, into the World Tour, racing Grand Tours, and so on. And the peloton has been slowed down a little bit. We're gonna have a little break now.
Simply clever.
Giving up was never part of our mindset. Right from the beginning, challenges spurred our inventiveness. When Václav Klemens's complaint about an inferior bicycle was rejected, the young bookseller answered, "In that case, I'll produce my own bikes." He and his partner Václav Laurin didn't stop there. Soon their inventiveness was tested once again, mastering the combustion engine. The Laurin and Clement motorcycles were followed by their first car, the Laurin and Clement Voiturette A. In 1925, the factory in Mlada Boleslav merged with Skoda from Pilsen and set off to conquer international markets by developing innovative cars that actually cared about the customer's needs. The existential threat of the world economic crisis only boosted the inventiveness of the company. While other car manufacturers disappeared, Skoda radically changed its product palette and offered cars which were more affordable for a broader audience. Since then, Skoda has been the biggest selling car brand in the Czech lands. It wasn't long before history set the next hurdle. The war was over, the challenges were not. But once again, our spirit of inventiveness proved stronger. From the 50s on, legendary cars were created. Finally, a new era began, and we started, what else? Tackling new challenges. Partnering with Volkswagen, Skoda combined inventiveness with the experience of a global player. Cars like the new generation Octavia, the Fabia, the Superb, and the Scala followed. From the Kodiaq on, we enlarged our SUV range. Model after model surprised with great design and simply clever ideas that showed a deep understanding of human needs. Since then, Skoda has not only convinced but excited millions of customers in more than 100 countries. Now we are in the middle of a new challenge. After 125 years, we electrify our cars and digitalize our business. How will we respond? By transforming from a traditional car manufacturer into a simply clever company for the best mobility solutions. Knowing that challenges only spur our unshakable spirit of human inventiveness.
Skoda. Simply clever.
Back at the race, 66.6 kilometers to go. That's a devilish number that we're being passed now. Almost 100 kilometers has been raced already for these riders in today's Baltic Chain Tour Stage 1. Here we can see a rider from France defense team at the back. I didn't see the number there. There were a lot of good riders: Steven Gervadic, Pascal Bousquet, Nicolas Golsini, Vincent Delouche, Julien Guedon, and Mathieu Pellegrini. But the race has slowed down a little bit now. Still, the Franchise de Gio development team is on the front doing the base, but we'll see if the base is as good as they want. They want to break the field, but the rider. Oh, and there's a crash. There's a crash in just very near the front of the race, and this is a very bad place to crash, and it gives an advantage for these riders that are on the front. The race was on, so you can't say anything to them. They don't have to wait up. They were going full gas, but the how the crash was really on the front of the race. Let's see who went down. Hopefully nobody stays down, but this has come in a very bad place of the race. Because of this crash, there was approximately 10 riders on the front. There was a lot of Francesco Gio development riders. There's Marcio Segepolski, Michael Raim. There's also Gert Jõer from the national team Estonia. There's 2 riders from the Czech team, 1 rider from Uno X, and there's looks to be 1 rider from national team Latvia also, and 1 from the Lithuanian team Medpol. But this has given an advantage for these riders. They didn't get into the front because of their supreme powers. Of course, these guys are powerful. I'm not saying that, but they got into the front because of a crash happened. And here we can see the guys who went down. There's one Maciej Skipolski, Polish rider, down, and he looks to be staying down. Hopefully he gets up and is able to race on. But there was this position or this situation in the race where Francesco Gio tried to put other teams under pressure. They drove the tempo up, but they were really on near the cutter of the road, so really next to the right side of the road, and so there was a little bit of a compression. Everybody was fighting for position because the wind came from left, so everybody wants to be on the right hand side of the rider in front of you to get most protection from the wind. And if you do that, there was a lot of jostling for position in the front of the race, and it's easy. You just touch wheels and you go down. It's easy as that. But let's see. What are these riders going to do now? Are they going to take an advantage of this situation? I see that the Francesco Gio riders are really committing for this move because they are almost the only team that has multiple riders here. Because Uno X is with only 1 rider. Here is the back of the race. This crash really made some big impact for the race, and some gaps between smaller groups. Well, they have to really put the pace on. You don't want to give an advantage that big at this stage of the race. You have to try to really get to the back of the group as soon as possible, because if you're going to be for a long time from the back with a 10 member little group, then it's so much harder from there. It's the most easiest places to be is at the back of the bunch or in the middle of the bunch. Then you can get a lot of wind protection from other riders. And when you're riding in a smaller group, as these riders are doing, you have to spend a lot more energy. But with these moves, there's a possibility to really win. So yeah, let's see how does this pan out. It's a really good possibility for the Francesco Gio riders to go full gas and to get an advantage from this group. But it's 62 kilometers to go. It's a hard ask to question from them, and let's see how they are going. But I really hope that the riders that went down, there weren't, unfortunately, not many riders going down. It looked to be like 4 or 5 riders. They will get back on their bike and can get back to the race. This is a group that is off the back of the peloton, so I really hope that we'll up. Here we have some problems for Medpol Lithuanian rider. It was very bad because he was on the left side of the race. When you're racing in England, where you ride on the left side of the road with your car, then it's okay to be on the left. But if you're racing in Europe, where where riders and cars are riding on the right side of the road, then when you have some kind of a problem with your bike, then you have to be on the right side of the road, because it is very dangerous for team cars to help a rider who's on the other side of the road. So that was a big mishap from that Lithuanian rider, but hopefully he gets some help and gets back to the back to ride. It was a bit weird, because he already turned his bike upside down. I don't know what the problem was, but something really substantial happened with his bike. And here, the back group of the race. This is not the front breakaway. This is the guys who have been found out of the race. The tempo has been a bit too much, and the crash just opened up some gaps between riders, and they couldn't follow the pace. But now we're back to the front of the race. Breakaway of let's see, a little bit over 10 riders here. Yeah, approximately some 12, 13 riders here at the front. We haven't really gotten good pictures from them, who they are, what are their names, and which riders have missed this split. I think the biggest teams that have missed it is Ampler development team, and also actually Maszywa Polski, who should be the strongest team. They only have one rider, but they have the rider in this breakaway, the man who just gave his turn in blue, black and white, get Mikkel Reim, Estonian national champion. And Francesco Joe has a perfect opportunity to really drive up the pace and give many of their riders a good possibility for the stage win today, or even high place in the general classification of this tour, Baltic Chain Tour 2021. Yeah, 60 kilometers to go, and we have a approximately 12 rider breakaway at the front, and some little problems with our pictures, but hopefully we're going to be back in a second. Here's now we can see a map view of the ride. We are near the sea at the moment. We're gonna have a left turn, and then we're gonna go put our bicycles on the right way to Tallinn, where the finish is in Pirita. It's the same place where the race started this morning at 10 o'clock. They had 8.3 kilometers of technical start, and then the real race began. A lot of attacks today, but at 37.1 kilometers to go, there's an intermediate sprint. You can see this on the map. It's before Ülgase and after Kostirana. For your English speaking friends that are watching this live, Estonian place names aren't easy to pronounce when you're not a native speaker, but there's an intermediate sprint where riders, the first 3 riders that go across there, get 3-2-1 points in the sprints jersey competition, and also, of course, 3 seconds and 2 seconds and 1 second bonus. And this means it's a bonus second. You don't get for your finishing time. They don't put bonus seconds on top of your finishing time, but they take them away from there. So you're going to be 3 seconds faster in the final protocol when you're going to win one intermediate sprint. And Mikkel Reim from the first intermediate sprint, who is in this group in this breakaway, got 1 second from the first intermediate sprint. But the gap isn't very big, but it is substantial. It's approximately 20-30 seconds at the moment between this breakaway group and the Peloton. And you can see the Peloton it's been strung out. Hopefully we can get a picture from the front of the Peloton in a second to see what teams are seeing this as a very big problem, a dangerous move that has happened because of a crash. And here at the back we see number 73 riding for Saint-Étienne-Loire, Estonian team Skoda, and we're back in the front of the race. So an ex-rider. Now we have the Estonian national team, blue and black, get Gertier, last year's winner. And in the background you can see the Peloton, but you can see also a very nice Skoda car, and this means that the gap between the breakaway and the Peloton is big enough when they let the car in, because they let a car in when it's approximately 30 seconds, because if it's less, then there's a possibility that the Peloton can have an advantage of slipstream or to catch the breakaway. We have some little issues here, but we're back on the road. I think I wouldn't say it is impossible, because this is a strong field here. A strong field because when this crash happened that caused this breakaway, they were going full gas, and all the guys that were on the front, and these guys were on the front end of the race, so they have to be strong, they have to be feeling good. So there's no luck and being in this breakaway. So definitely these riders, if they can cooperate well, and it seems as that they are really cooperating well, so there's a possibility to go to the finish with this little breakaway group, but it all depends on their cooperation, and of course what teams are willing to go full gas at the front of the Peloton. We can't now the Peloton comes into view. It looks like they're a bunch of greyhounds, wanting to catch their prey at the moment. Let's see who's going to come who's going to be at the top at the end of the race. Here we see Darius Chervus, Lithuanian Metball rider, is at the back of the breakaway. This is Gertier, last year's winner. Then 136 from so Uno X rider 143, that is Roland Zacharias Koller, and also, as I told, 136, Thomas Sparta, a Czech rider from Top Forex at Investments Pro Cycling Team. They have 2 riders in here. So one is Thomas Sparta. I don't know yet who the other rider is. This is the bike of Gertier, defending champion of Baltic Chain Tour. This is a really good possibility to be again in the top end of Baltic Chain Tour general classification for Mr. Joar. He's a proper powerhouse also. So as you can see, a lot of like this Baltic region riders, they are more of a powerhouses, and Gertier has had a really illustrious career in Cofidis Liquidity and League. For multiple years he's rode in the pro field, and now he's back just enjoying cycling. But as you can see, the Swedes and the Ampler team, these are the two big teams that have missed out, and they are on the front of the race, going full gas to get the breakaway back. The Swedes have been really active in this race today, and the same goes for Ampler team development team. So the two teams that have good strength in depth have missed out, and they are now trying to bring this back. And also we can see the Swedish champion Victor Hillerström Runt is a 28-year-old rider, and I think he's one of the most active riders today. He's in third wheel at the moment, riding with a Swedish national championship jersey, real nice blue with a golden or a yellow cross over it. He's been really active today, a lot of attacks, and now he's working for his team to get back this very dangerous group up on the front. And we can see a Latvian 22, Andris Vosekams is here, Taris Chervus is here, but I don't see the numbers of Franciste Joe development team. There are some discussions between the Franciste Joe boy and Estonian national team rider Kertier. Franciste Joe guy tells Gert, why aren't you working? And Gert has been riding a lot in a World Tour French team, so he definitely knows a lot of French also. So they just had some discussions that why aren't you helping us? But Gert said, oh, why should I help you? You have 4 riders here. I'm only alone, and 2 of my team leaders, Norman Mahtra and Karbatik Laukar, back in the group. They are really good sprinters, and they want to be in the front in the last few hundred meters, so I won't work with you. No, I won't do that. So but this makes the cooperation between these riders hard at the front when there are riders that don't want to do work. That makes the other riders also a little bit edgy. They don't want to commit themselves when you have freeloaders on the back of your wheel. But as you see, this is the front of the peloton. The gap between the peloton and the breakaway group is 18 seconds. It's not big. I think it has been really stable for the last 5 kilometers. It just seems, who's gonna break before? Is it going to be Ampler development team and Swedes, or is it going to be the Franciste Joe boys in the front who are doing their best to stay in the front at the back of the field? It's some really good friends here. Siim Kiskonen, Kirill Tarasov, one riding in Saint-Étienne, one riding in the national team of Estonia today, just having a chat at the back. They're not in a hurry, they're just enjoying their time in this race at the moment. But the gap has already come down a little bit, 13 seconds between the breakaway group and the peloton. It seems so that probably at the pace that the Swedes and the Ampler guys are implementing in this race, it should be the breakaway should be caught in a few kilometers, because especially when the breakaway you have guys who are not going full gas at the moment. They are just staying at the back, don't want to do work, and that hinders the cooperation between those guys there at the front. And of course you can't go full gas when there's still 50 kilometers to go. It's a big gas to go, 50 kilometers to go up. A really nice job from that souvenir from Humpler team development team. He gave 3 bottles in a space of 5 seconds to 3 different riders, so really a big kudos and shout out to that helper on the side of the road for Team Ampler development team. It looks as easy on this TV screen, but it isn't as easy. You have to really you have to hold the bottle right, you have to let it go at the right time, that the rider has it, that it doesn't fall down. If it falls down, there's a big possibility that the rider won't get enough fuel in him, and it will hinder his results at the end of the race. But here back at the front, 181 now. Again, Lorenzo Germani, who's been really active in this race, is again in this breakaway group. And the young 19-year-old Italian is a good guy. Also, we see 186 Ruben Thompson from New Zealand is in the front for Francisco Gio. And who else do we see here? This looks to be like Miles Scotson from Francisco Gio with a jacket on. Not this last guy, but 2 wheels on front of him looks to be like Miles Scotson. Miles Scotson is definitely one of the most experienced rider in this race today. 27-year-old Miles Scotson. He was national champion of Australia 2017. That's a big race to win. Australia isn't a small country, and Australia is a really good cycling country. They even have a Tour de France winner 2011. Cadel Evans won Tour de France. He also has won the World Championship in cycling. So Australia is a big cycling country, and Miles Scotson was the national champion in 2017. Now is here in Estonia racing Baltic Chain Tour in a breakaway with a 9-second advantage in front of the Peloton. And these are the riders from Estonia: Gertier, Latvian Andris Vozakals, Lithuanian Darius Chervus, Mikkel Reim at the back here, 2 Czech Republic riders, 1 Norwegian, Miles Scotson, Lawrence Pitty, and Ruben Thompson. So, yeah, this Francisco Gio riders are the guys that have 4 riders in the front, 2 riders from Czech Republic. So they have everything to win from here. But as an only advantage of 9 seconds, it's a big ask to have, and probably they will be caught in the next kilometers from the Peloton. Yeah, the Peloton is really near the breakaway group. So, and team Ampler development team is going at a good pace. Already one motorcycle rider has been brought from this gap to not give any assistance to the Peloton. And as we can see, the breakaway should come into picture in a second. They have, this will definitely be brought back, but this is a really good possibility to counter-attack and have one last go before the last 6-kilometer circuits. In the end, three 6-kilometer circuits to have a breakaway bring a little surprise everybody, and the Francisco Gio boys are going still hot.
Give me the mountains and bubbly streams, the flowers swaying in the summer breeze, the butterflies, birds and bees. That's the rolling life for me. That's the rolling
Skoda,
life for
simply clever.
me.
In the northeast corner of Europe lies a country you may have never heard of. Yet you've been here before, whenever you've closed your eyes, and envisioned the perfect city as you listened to fairy tales, or escaped to a secret getaway where no one could find you, or dreamt about a magical stroll through a winter wonderland. And then there are things you probably didn't quite imagine, like driving to the nearest island across a frozen sea, or singing with close to 10% of the population, or diving into a former Soviet prison, or wandering through what was once the largest factory in Imperial Russia, Estonia is a fascinating hybrid of Eastern Europe and Scandinavia. Locals enjoy the world's most advanced digital society and yet are closely tied to nature. It's a place where you can pick superfoods from fields of dandelions, enjoy the finest Nordic gastronomy among the wilderness, canoe across flooded meadows, and purify the body and soul in a smoke sauna. We know it's not your average bucket list destination, but we promise it's one you'll never forget once you've been here.
And we're back watching Baltic Chain Tour 2021, and there's a lone rider from Franchise Joe development team. It looks to be Miles Scotson, Australian, 27-year-old Australian. He was national champion of Australia 2017. He's rode 3 Grand Tours. He's been 5th in a stage in Giro, 12th in a stage in a tour, so he has a lot of experience. So yeah, Miles Scotson, he unfortunately he didn't finish this year's Tour de France. He abandoned on stage 11. There was a lot of abandonments in Tour this year. But this is a big ride from Miles Scotson, going alone 45 kilometers to go. Well, he is a good time trialist. He is a proper time trialist. He won a race, first stage of Volta Comunità Valenciana at the start of the year. He was 4th in that time trial, and he was 4th. He also finished Milan-San Remo this year. He has a really good palmarès, Miles Scotson. He hasn't gotten big wins apart from a national championship jersey of Australia. But I think, he thought that maybe he's a bit stronger. There's actually another Franchise Joe rider coming alone, chasing Miles Scotson. I think Miles Scotson, if he sees his teammate coming up, he should wait up, team up with his teammate, and then do a tandem race. Then they have twice as a big opportunity to stay in the front of the race when they do going alone against this big peloton. And at the back, we haven't talked about Maris Bogdanovic. In number 23, Maris Bogdanovic, really good sprinter from national team Latvia, their designated rider for the sprint finish at the end of this race. And yeah, Miles Scotson, please look back, and you see your teammate coming up. You don't have to go alone. Wait for your teammate, and it's going to be so much easier. And you can see a lot of wind here, a lot of wind. You can hear it from background noise. You can see it from the trees also, and you can see from the riders that they have jackets on. They are really flapping in the wind. So this is a good opportunity to again put some hammer down, and somebody is doing that at the front of the peloton. Yeah, 43.2 kilometers to go. We're gonna have a intermediate sprint in 6 kilometers, 37.1 kilometers to go. Near Ylgas, we're going to have the first 3 across that intermediate sprint line. We're gonna get some bonus seconds. They are very important, those bonus seconds, because they there's some compression inside of the peloton, and you could see somebody was swinging to the left, but hopefully, and nobody crashed in this situation. But it is definitely real edgy in the race at the moment. but still, it's a really tactical nightmare at the moment for Francesco Gio riders. One rider is alone in the front, then with a little gap, there's another Francesco Gio rider alone in the front. So, yeah, not very nice. I think Miles Scotson should get some better glasses, and when he would have waited for his teammate, they would have had a good chance to really put the pressure on other teams. But at the moment now, his teammate has been caught by the Peloton, and now he's alone with a 5-second advantage on the Peloton. It would be nice for him to be on the front for the next 4 or 5 kilometers to get first to the intermediate sprint, but it probably won't happen, because I see the Ampler team and also the Estonian national team with Karl-Patrik Lauk, Norman Vahtra are on the front of the race, just waiting for that intermediate sprint to get some bonus seconds on their tally. Yeah, Miles Scotson has now seen that there is no point at going full gas. The Peloton will catch you, and they will catch you in a few seconds. I think it's Miles. You can see that he's Australian, because Estonia, this is pretty good weather at the moment, but he still has his rain jacket on. He doesn't want to give it up. He likes some warmer weather that he has in his home country. And somebody attacks from the Polski team. They want to catch Scots, and they want to put Mikkel Reim to the perfect position for the intermediate sprint and also for the final sprint finish in Pirita. Here we have a nice excavator on the side of the road, cheering on these riders. Some riders are a little bit of in a struggle behind the bunch, but this Polski rider caught Scotson, and now he's going doing proper damage to this ride. Uno X rider can't bridge the gap. Francesco Gio rider doesn't have to bridge the gap because Miles Scotson is in front, and now Team Peloton, Gert Kivistik does turn in front, and also Mikkel Reim, his teammate, is in front. He doesn't have to do anything. This is very good tactics from the Polish team and also from the French team. Now they have 2 riders going off the front. Uno X is forced to chase the ride. And at the back of the bunch, some riders are having difficulties. There's a few Norwegian team riders, Ampler team. They have to catch the field as soon as possible. Number 5, Estonian national team rider Josten Weidem is doing just that, and now they're back in the bunch. This is a little bit of a dangerous downhill. It's a bad left turn, but hopefully everybody stays up. There's usually some little gravel on the ground, but I think the organizers swept it up, and all the riders come safely from there. And in Ülgase, where the intermediate sprint shall be, there will be a little climb there, very small but a steep one. It's more than 10%, a few hundred meters. So you can do a really good sprint there. You can get some bonus seconds, but it's also a good place to go after the intermediate sprint to put other teams under pressure to attack. It's a good place to use it as a platform for getting into the breakaway. So here we see the bunch has really grouped up and just waiting for the intermediate sprint. All hell will break loose in 2 kilometers, and when we near the finish, we're gonna have some really interesting racing. On the right we can see that a few riders are using this opportunity to take a natural break, before the real racing starts. The last 30 kilometers are blooming Yeah, we're gonna have an intermediate sprint in 1.6 kilometers at 37.1 kilometers to go. We are approaching Ülgase, a little, very little village near Tallinn, and we can see the wind has really picked up. The wind has picked up after the intermediate sprint. There are some possibilities to do some crosswind action, but when we take the 6 kilometer circuit at the end of the race, these riders are going to do 3 laps of those 6 kilometer rides. There is no possibility to do some crosswind action because all of the circuit is protected by big forests and woods. So the wind is good. It has made a lot of havoc today. Firstly, it was used by the Polish team. Then just a few 20 kilometers to go before it was used by the French guys to make some crosswind action. And here we can see 1 kilometer to go for the intermediate sprint. This is an exciting little climb, and really a nice mixture by the organizers that they put the intermediate sprint on top of this little climb. Hopefully we'll get the pictures back to the riders in a few seconds, because there should be a nice little strawberry for our cycling fans, because we're going to see some proper sprinting action for this intermediate sprint to get 3 seconds of 3 bonus seconds. And these bonus seconds are really important. At the end of the race, they get 10 seconds in the finish. But here we can see the intermediate sprint commissars and a few spectators are already waiting, and you can see a sign on the right hand side of the road, 12%. This is a proper little climb. We're going to see the riders in a second. They should pop out, grimacing, fighting with their bikes up this little incline. You get better of their competitors. It should be in a second. Here we can see it's Norman Vahtra, the Estonian national team rider. I think took that sprint ahead of Frenchiste Duo rider and also Saint-Étienne rider Siim Kiskonen. So if I'm correct, then Norman Vahtra from the Estonian national team won that sprint ahead of a rider from Frenchiste Duo and ahead of Equipe Saint-Étienne's lower rider Siim Kiskonen. Yeah, here we can see the same 2 riders who were at the front of the intermediate sprint. As I said, this is a very good possibility to go after the intermediate sprint, put the gas on, and try to get an advantage from the Peloton. So yeah, Saint-Étienne rider Kiskonen, then Estonian Vahtra, then Polish rider, Czech rider, Lithuanian, and also one guy from a Norwegian team is at the front here. Yeah, it's from Norwegian team. It's Team Ringerikskraft rider is on the front here, but they see that this is those riders who won that intermediate sprint, they have to be fast, and these riders saw that, or the Peloton saw that you can't let them off the leash, and this is a dangerous move that has been brought back, shut down by the Peloton. But I'm totally sure that we're gonna have some attacks coming thick and fast from here. Yeah, now the bunch after that intermediate sprint, they were spread out all over the road. That shows that they are, these are Ampler team development riders started to attack. Both of them tried to attack, then they saw, and one rider now has gone off the front. Some policing work done by the Polish riders. They have done it for a while now. They haven't attacked anymore themselves, but they have always policed each other or the other competitors. That means so if any rider from any team attacks, a Polish rider goes on the wheel of that attacker, but when it is his turn to take a turn on the front, then he doesn't do anything. You can see here, he just takes the foot off the gas. It just keeps the peloton together, and now we have a lone attacker, well, a sneaky attacker from Sweden. Ampler is following also National Team Estonia. National Team Estonia on home grounds. They are defending champions of this race. They definitely want to control this race. And yeah, two riders. It looks to be Kristers Ansons from Latvia for Ampler Team Development Team, and also Swede in the front here. But now, yeah, we're all back together again. But as I said, we're going to have more and more attacks here. Certain of that. And here we can see Mikkelreim. No, it looked at some point that he's going to attack, but you have to choose your moment to attack. You can't attack all the time. You have to, take advantage of the opportunity. You have to see what are the other riders doing. Are they, will they be straight on your wheel? You have to surprise them. Very well. We're back. Just want to say that we have some problems with the picture, but no, we are back. 33.9 kilometers to go on the first stage of Baltic Chain Tour 2021. Started from Tallinn-Pirita, and we are really near back to Tallinn-Pirita. It's the finish is in the same place as the start was, so it's easier for the riders and the team cars to be there waiting for the riders back. This was a nice attack from a Latvian rider. On the right side of the road, he saw that they took the gas off the pedal. He saw the moment, and he attacked from the left. It looks to be Ants Fluxis. His brother is actually a sports director of Ampler Team Development Team, and his brother's trainees are actually chasing him down. So maybe his brother said, "Don't let Ants go. Don't let Ants go. Ride for a win, my Ampler teammates." This is a little downhill, yeah. These are we just came through a city called Mardu. It's a little city near Tallinn. We've come through it, and now it's like the southern area before we actually come back to Pirita district of Tallinn. A very nice district which has a Pirita river and a lot of forests and a lot of nature in there. So yeah, Estonia isn't a big country. Tallinn is the big city. So the population ain't very big. So there's a lot of places that you can just go ride your bike, walk without anybody annoying you or anything. So it's a perfect place to be, and a perfect place to ride your bike. There some real nasty hole on the road there. Hopefully everybody sees it and nobody goes right into it. It could be a problem for the tires, because you could get a puncture from there. You saw that Ampler development team went over the gravel. It's you can go over there, but you might get a puncture, and then it's really bad, especially if you're off the front here alone. If you get a puncture, you have to wait a while to get the team car to you, and the wheel changed. Now we have, of course, a lot of guys that use tubeless wheels. With disc brakes, so you don't have that. It's a bit harder to change a wheel. The mechanics even use a drill to get the wheel off. It's a bit faster than doing it by hand. So technology and cycling road bikes have evolved a lot in the last years. We have now disc brakes is a norm. Of course, Tour de France was won actually by rim brake by Tadej Pogačar. But main teams are using disc brakes and also electronic shifting. So it's really high tech, and technology makes a big role in cycling. It is a mechanical sport, so you can be as strong as you want, but if you have bad luck, you have a puncture at the wrong time of the race, then it's game over for you. So yeah, that's another little not so little aspect of cycling, that everything has to go your own way. But here we still have a lone Latvian rider on the front of the race. He's gotten a pretty nice advantage actually from the peloton. I would even say at least 15 seconds, if not more, for this lone Latvian. It looks to be like Fluxys. I hope I'm not wrong. Yeah. Yeah, it's Hans Fluxys. He won a Canadian Tour de Bus in 2017. He rode for multiple years in Hincapie Racing Team and across the pond in the United States of America. This year he was second in the Latvian National Road Race Championships, only bested by Toms Škuns, who got the national championship jersey of Latvia and brought that to the Tour de France. Here we see a police car, pretty much, I would say, too much on the road. If I would be that policeman, I would be more to the side of the road. That is a bit dangerous, but oh well, the police know the best. Here Hans Fluxys is riding here second this year in the national championships. This year was really special for the national championships of Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia, because they were held together in Valka. It's the same city that we're going on stage 3 of this Baltic Chain Tour 2021. So for a lot of guys, this is similar grounds for the stage 3, at least for the Baltic riders. So it's special that small countries do more cooperation. It would be really fantastic to see, I don't know, France, Italy and Spain doing their national championships together, but I think it's not possible, because then you would have like 400 people on the start line, and in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, the main focus or the main thing was that just if a country does it alone, then it is just too not as many riders racing there. And I can see it looks to be one civilian car is in the front of the, oh my, these cars are really going in the wrong places. There's I think this is very dangerous. Where is the peloton? This this is dangerous. There are a lot of civilian cars just in the riding between these two groups. Hopefully they will be brought from there by the policeman, and yeah, this is a pretty dangerous field. Hopefully nobody crashes into the cars. I've seen a lot racing myself, guys crashing into parked cars and so on, and it is crazy. And another car goes there. Oh my, this is a nice thing to see, because it's the most dangerous thing is that when a peloton goes full gas and then there are cars actually coming towards you on a ride, and especially in a race where it has been controlled so well from the start, so you are really used to, as a racer, you know that you don't have any obstacles on the road, and then when you have an obstacle on the road, then it is dangerous. But hopefully these cars are put to stop. Very nice. Motorcycle riders are showing that there are parked cars on the road. Please avoid them, go to the right, and this is good commissar work done by the policeman or by the men who bring security to these riders on the road. .8 kilometers to go. We should have 7 kilometers when we reach the last intermediate sprint, 20.1, and from there on, that's the first time we cross the finish line. We do it 3 times, and then we have the finishing, the stage finish on Rummu Street in Tallinn, Pirita. So in 7 kilometers, we're gonna have a new intermediate sprint. We're gonna have 3, 2, 1 bonus seconds there. The last intermediate sprint was won by a Polski rider or Norman Matra. I don't know the results at the moment, but a very tight finish there. Polski has been the main team this race, this stage 1. They have raced really actively. They put the other teams under pressure, and yeah, it seems now they are really focusing on the sprint finish to get Mikael Räim in the best position for the last few kilometers, so that he can sprint for the win. And it looks to, when you see the Estonian national team also, it looks to be that they are just protecting Norman Matra, the big guy from Israel startup nation. He is the protected rider for Estonian national team, and probably the favorite for today's finish. Here we see somebody from Medball cycling 55 back at the field, and besides him is number 51, Darius Gervus, who's done a really active race today. And here lone leader Hans Flaxis, Latvian, number 21, has had a good career so far, but now we're gonna have a little break.
Give me the mountains and bubbly streams, the flowers swaying in a summer breeze, the butterflies, birds and bees. That's the rolling life for me.
In the northeast corner of Europe lies a country you may have never heard of. Yet you've been here before, whenever you've closed your eyes, and envisioned the perfect city as you listened to fairy tales, or escaped to a secret getaway where no one could find you, or dreamt about a magical stroll through a winter wonderland. And then there are things you probably didn't quite imagine, like driving to the nearest island across a frozen sea, or singing with close to 10% of the population, or diving into a former Soviet prison, or wandering through what was once the largest factory in Imperial Russia. Estonia is a fascinating hybrid of Eastern Europe and Scandinavia. Locals enjoy the world's most advanced digital society and yet are closely tied to nature. It's a place where you can pick superfoods from fields of dandelions, enjoy the finest Nordic gastronomy among the wilderness, canoe across flooded meadows, and purify the body and soul in a smoke sauna. We know it's not your average bucket list destination, but we promise it's one you'll never forget once you've been here.
This is a perfect spectacle of Pirita Harbor. It was used for Moscow Olympics in 1980. A big sports place, and now we can see Hans Flaxis is on the last finishing circuit, and now he has 4 kilometers until the finish, and then 3 whole laps of the last circuit. So in 3.7 kilometers, he has won intermediate sprint. It looks to be that he is going to win that. He's going to get 3 bonus seconds there, and it will raise his position in GC very substantially if he finishes within the pack at the end. And I'm saying that because probably Hans Flaxis won't stay in the front for the finish. I think this peloton will speed up at some point and they will catch Flaxis, but Flaxis is doing a really good ride on the front, and it was a perfect moment where when he attacked, he saw that everybody was looking at each other. Everybody wanted to relax a little bit before the final parts of the stage, and he just took an advantage of that, and now he has a proper lead over the peloton. But the minus is that he is alone, and at the back here there are more than 100 young riders who want to really get a result today, get a result on the podium. You can see on the right Estonian national team, Baltic Lauk is keeping Norman Vatra in position, Marcel Sapolsky is keeping Mikkel Reim in position. Here on the front we have Francis de Joe controlling the race. There are some good riders here, some good sprinters here, and we're gonna have a very exciting finale of this race. It's only 8 seconds between Hans Flaxis and the peloton. It's going to be very tight before the intermediate sprint. Is Hans Flaxis going to stay in front, or the peloton is going to get this intermediate sprint as well as they did before the last 2 intermediate sprints? If we remember, if you watched this race from start, then before the first intermediate sprint, the Polish team put really big pressure on everybody. They broke the field, but they were brought back just a kilometer before the first intermediate sprint. But they still won that with a Polish guy. But so here is again a nice sight of Pirita Harbor, and then also Pirita Pirita Church on the left-hand side. This is Pirita River here. It's on the commercial. You all already saw that every Estonian is inviting you to Estonia. It isn't a bucket list place maybe, but it is special. Definitely you have to come. But these are compression, really bad compression. Hopefully everybody stayed up. That looked really tight. And they bring they bring everybody to the left-hand side of the race, that they won't affect the traffic so much. So it's now we're on the last laps. From here on, it's 1 kilometer to the finish, and before 300 meters from the finish, there's a really tight left-hand turn, 90 degree, and it's a lot of guys have crashed in that corner, because this race circuit is used by the Laureus GP every year, and this is the last corner is crucial. If you are in front in there, then you will get a good position in the finish. We're gonna see this this corner in a few seconds. Francis de Gio are bossing this corner. As you say, this is the left-hand corner that I was talking about. It is tight, but everybody, these professionals come through here nice, and Norman Vatra is going for this bonus seconds. 200 meters to go. Norman Vatra takes up. Nope, Norman Vatra didn't take that. I think the Czech Republic rider, I don't know what's. He's already celebrating a little bit, the Czech rider, for his bonus seconds from this intermediate sprint. Norman isn't happy also that the Team Peloton rider came so close to him. It was pretty sketchy in that intermediate sprint, but fortunately everybody stayed upright. This is the Peloton, and but there still should be. We haven't seen that Fluxys has been brought back or not, so I'm not aware. Is Fluxys still in the front or not? Oh, this is a little technical section of this last finishing circuit. A really narrow road inside this forest, and this is proper racing. This you can take an advantage over here. So the last circuit, the 6 kilometer circuit that they are doing 3 times, you have to be in the front all the time, because it's so hard to. If you fall behind, then it is very hard to get a better position in the group. Yeah, a really technical part of this circuit. I think probably next lap or the last lap, somebody's trying to go on a flyer there, a little attack, maybe even Karpatik Lauk, the Tour of Estonia winner. He likes those stuff. He likes to go from afar and then punish everybody. But here we see Fluxys is still on the front of the race. He has a really good advantage of, I would say, about 30 seconds at least. So Fluxys, won the last intermediate sprint. So the Czech Republic rider in the peloton got second, and I wasn't sure that was it Norman Vatra from the Estonian national team or Team Peloton rider going through third place. Hopefully these riders in the peloton know that the Fluxys is in front, or we would have the women's Olympic race deja vu, where Gissenhofer from Austria was in the front, and nobody knew that she was still in front. And when Annemiek van Vleuten came over the finish line, she thought that She won, but actually an Austrian woman won. But this is the St. Bridget content in Pirita, a really old one. Its history goes back to 1040, start of the 14th century, but it got damaged in the Libyan War in 16th century, and now it's cemetery, and still some basements are intact, but yeah, the house isn't intact, but it's still a very special part of Estonian history in Pirita. And we see the advantage for Fluxys is 53 seconds. 53 seconds when we have 17.3 kilometers to go. Whoa. Well, what is Hans Fluxys doing? Hans Fluxys is he's a sneaky man. He's gotten a 53 second advantage in front of the peloton, and he's going really strong. His body language doesn't show anything. He looks really smooth, really good position on the bike. It's a big ask for the main group to get Hans Fluxys back. This is a cool attack from Fluxys. We see the main group, a little yellow one, but we didn't see the Fluxys point on the map. Hopefully we can see that at some point also, but still Francesco Joe is riding on the front, but the advantage for Fluxys isn't really coming down. It's still 49 seconds. Well, this is touch and go, I would say. 16.6 kilometers to go and 50 seconds for Fluxys. And if you take the technical part after the finish line, when you're a lone rider, you can even go a little bit faster there. So, well, Fluxys has a good opportunity to get a surprise win in the Baltic Chain Tour 2021 stage 1. So yeah, Hans Fluxys, 30-year-old, not seeking for a really World Tour level contract anymore. He just likes to ride his bike. He loves riding a bike. Whole his family is racing bikes. His brother raced bikes. Now he's a sports director for Ampler development team. So it runs through the veins, and once you've been a high-end racer as Fluxys, he was from 2013 to 2019 racing in America for Hincapie Racing Team, Pontroger Cycling Team, Holovesco Citadel Team. Well, then you have when you stop, you can't fully stop. You still have to ride, and you can see how much does he ride, because he still has an engine that keeps him 50 seconds in front of the peloton with 15.4 kilometers to go. Yeah, and the peloton, look, they take this corner so easy, and in these corners, Fluxys as a lone rider has a opportunity to really go full gas on the front. And this nice drone camera from Pirita harbor, over 20 different country flags. Flagged vessels are in this harbor. That is a nice scene from on top of the Pirita River to this nice peloton moving towards stage 1 finish. 14.8 kilometers to go. Still the difference between a lone rider, Hans Fluxys, Latvian national team rider, and the peloton is 44 seconds. It's a substantial lead, but well, the fifth rule, or like the usually the rule is 1 minute for 10 kilometers is possible to bring back. So yeah, it's going to be a hard ask for the Peloton to bring back a really good rider like Ants Flaxis, who is a good time trialist. He has some good rides in time trials. He was a very good young rider in 2011 when he was third in U23 Flanders. So that was a big ride by Flaxis, and he definitely thought, and all the other guys near him thought that, oh, he's going to be one of the best riders of Latvian cycling history. Didn't quite go out as planned. He was there or thereabout, but now he might have one of his biggest victories, and maybe really a sweet victory when he's actually. He is not riding as a fully professional rider anymore, but still representing his country in the Baltic Chain Tour, and he might win it. And he might win it alone. This is a big thing for Flaxis. Now where the Peloton goes through the technical part of the final circuit. Flaxis is going smooth. It's you can see that he's going like full gas, but he's going smooth, and that is the main thing. You can't panic. You have to ride your own ride. You have to ride your own tempo, and just be really relaxed on the bike. He just takes this descent really nice. This is you have to just keep your own pace and just hope that the Peloton can't come up to you, because when you panic, I don't know, when it few kilometers to go or a few kilometers further, the gap starts to come down. You don't have to, as a lone rider, you don't have to then go full gas. You still have to go with your tempo, because at the back of the Peloton there usually always some hiccups going to be that one team has ended its working period at the front of the bunch, then nobody else wants to come. There's a little looking about, and that's an opportunity for a lone rider like Flaxis at the front to get away. But the Francesco Joe are in full flight at the moment with their six-man team on the front of the bunch. They are dictating the tempo, and nobody else wants to ruin their party. And this Peloton at the moment, but this might be a possibility for Flaxis again, because if only one team does work on the front, and we know that Francesco Joe was attacking in the middle part of the stage today, so maybe I think these guys legs aren't that fresh anymore. So there might be a case where those Francesco boys are even more tired than Flaxis at the moment. And here we see he's just riding his own gear, turning it around, really good cadence. Super. This is class riding by Flaxis. Yeah, Flaxis was last year in Baltic Chain Tour also. He was 22nd in the first stage of Baltic Chain Tour, which took the riders from Tallinn to Jõgeva. He was 22nd today. He could be 21 places better first. I think that would be a super ride by Flaxis. But who do we see else? Who's going to ride for the sprint in this Peloton? Definitely, Hugo Page from Francisco Joe, 182 is a good sprinter. Then from the Latvian team, they don't have to do any work, and they have a really good sprinter, Maris Bogdanovic. In this race, he was third last year in stage one. He wants to get on the podium again, so he's definitely a man to look at. He's 23 at the back at the moment. It's not a he's just reserving his energy. I think nothing to be really fussed about. In from the Memel top team, Darius Chervus and Paulis Siskevicius, both really good sprinters. Then from Lithuanian national team, we haven't talked about them a lot. Valdas Siskevicius, he's the designated sprinter, number 31. He's definitely the man that the Lithuanians are going to gather around. Yeah, from the Swedes, I think the best man would be. We have to see. The Swedish national champion has been really active today, and I think is going to be a good rider in the finish also. In Uno X, there is Tobias Agard Hansen, number 141. He's a good sprinter. Saint Etienne has Estonian Siim Kiskonen today. He's on home roads, and the French team is definitely going to help Estonian on home grounds. And then, of course, Maciej Polski, Mikael Raim, Estonian national champion, one of the best sprinters in this race today. He is one of the favorites for today's win. Yeah, and then from Ampler development team, Antti Jussi Juntunen, Finn, number 11. He's a good rider and a strong sprinter. Maybe he likes a bit of a harder finish, but he might bring a little surprise for Ampler development team. And of course, Estonian national team, it seems like they are putting their eggs in Norman Mahra's basket. He's riding on number 1, Norman Mahra. He is the favorite for today's stage win. Rides for Israel Startup Nation in his home club, and he might bring the win to Estonia on Estonia's Re-Independence Day. And it seems though Ants Flux's party is over today. 8.7 kilometers to go, and the gap has come down to 13 seconds. Now the punch has really up the pace, and Fluxis doesn't have a chance anymore. And from here on, when Fluxis goes over the finish line, then next time that we are back here near the Pirita Velodrome, then we are going to know who is the winner of stage 1 of Baltic Chain Tour 2021. Yeah, now the Czech boys are also in the front. Top 4 Exact Investments Pro Cycling Team. They did a really good finish the last intermediate sprint here. So now, 6.5 kilometers to go, and we're gonna know who is the winner of stage 1 this year in Baltic Chain Tour. Ants Fluxis should be brought back in a few seconds, and we're gonna see a very fast sprint finish. The Lithuanians are in the front with their train helping Siskevicius. The Czech Republic riders are also on the front. The Swedes are here, but you don't see any Maciej Polski riders on the front. That's a big mishap from them. They have been very, very active from the start, but in this pointy end, when they have to be in the front, they are nowhere to find. And the Francesco Joe boys, I think they came to the front a bit too early. They did a lot of work last lap and the lap before that, but now they look to be a bit spent. Only 2 riders left at the front, so I think they mistimed their sprint train a little bit. Now other teams, Lithuanians, are coming up to the front. This is the back of the field. A lot of riders are in difficulty. They have had a long day behind them. already 160 kilometers raced, and here you can see on the left the Estonian national team is coming to the front. And Top 4X team is controlling it. And yeah, the cyclists are on the last lap in this race near Pirita. Top 4X team from Czech Republic is in full force in the head of the bunch. The Estonians, Lithuanians are following them, but you can see nowhere is found Mihkel Räim, the Estonian national champion, who should be one of the key sprinters in today's finish. And Uno X, we haven't talked about them in a while. They have really good experience. Uno X and always the Norwegians in younger categories, in juniors, in espoirs, they race really good together, and they do some nice spectacles in the races. And now Hans Flaxis is being brought back by the Peloton. A really big chapeau to Flaxis. He did a nice ride, and it at some point it even looked that he might be the winner of stage one, but then the Peloton upped the gas and they brought back Flaxis. But the Uno X pro cycling team is on the front. The Norwegians, you can see them with the yellow and red helmets and the kit. They are really nicely lined out on the front, and you can see Saint-Etienne rider Siim Kiskonen just on their wheel. Then the Czech train is on the right. Top 4X boys, Swedes are here. This is a drag race. This is a drag race for the last corner. For the last corner, left-hand corner, where you can have 300 meters to the finish line. When you do the last corner, it's the finish slightly turns right. So when you come out of the corner, you have to be on the right, but it's also you have to be aware of the other cyclists, because if you're fully on the right, then you might be boxed in and you can't go over the top of the rider in front of you. So it is a technical finish for sprinters, and you're gonna see some very nice finishing coverage here. And Andris Vosakans is bringing Maris Bogdanovic to the front. The Latvian team is now coming to the fore again. Hans Flaxis did a really good ride. As I said before, Andris Vosakans from the Latvian team, he is the tallest guy in the bunch, so best man to be in the front of you. And now Masha Skopolski, Mihkel Räim's team is on the front also with the red and black, and their leader in the Estonian national champions jersey, blue, black and white on the front here at the back of the bunch. Well, a few riders here. You can see Anflax is also, he has done his job. He won an intermediate sprint. He got 3 bonus seconds, and now he just has to be in the bunch. He gave a very good advantage to his teammates, because they didn't have to work for the last 2 laps. And now they have more firepower going into the last 2 kilometers. And now we have here, before this next left-hand turn, there was a little compression. It is a technical part. Hopefully everybody stays in front. You have to be on the left-hand side of the road to get through this turn perfectly. Then it narrows up over the bridge, and then 300 meters from the finish line, there's another left-hand turn, and then you can see the finish line, the savior of the race, and everybody wants to be there first. We'll see. It's going to be Norman Vatra, it's going to be Mihkel Räim, a Lithuanian, or big Norwegian upset to everybody from Uno X. We'll see in 1.5 kilometers. Now you can see the riders just going to come across the Pirita River Bridge. The traffic has been closed. perfectly, and yeah, the riders are going thick and fast to the finish straight. Let's see who's going to be crowned the champion of Baltic Chain Tour Stage 1. There's a lone rider going off the front at the moment. Who is that? Is he going to get a little advantage to the corner? It doesn't seem so. It seems to be a red kit rider. Yeah, Masho Skopolski is bringing Mikkel Raupopo. There's a really the Masho Skopolski rider almost brings down an Ampler development rider who is on the front. It's really hard to say, but it looks to be like Norman Wachter in third place, and the Swede is going to win this first stage in front of a Franchise Joe rider, and it was Antti Jussi Juntunen in top 5, also Norman Wachter in top 5, but it was a win to the Swedes. They did a really good race. The Swedish national champion did a proper race, but I'm not sure who was the first man across the line. We're gonna see in a second, but as you saw, the last turn was the most important thing. Pretty much the finish line was in the last turn. Masho Skopolski did a very good lead out, but before the turn, Mikkel Reim's lead out wanted to change it over to Reim, and then he braked a little bit that Reim could come over the top of him, but that caused a little bit of a problem when Ampler team development rider went into the back of the lead out man. And that hindered Reim's possibility for a high place also, and from there the Swede took a really long finish and was crowned the champion of the stage 1 of this Baltic Chain Tour 2021. We're gonna have the name of the winner in a second. Hang on tight. Well, very interesting ride today in here, Pirita, Tallinn. Some nice picturesque coverage from helicopter pictures from the race, and the sun has come out, and it's a beautiful day to ride your bike, a beautiful day to win a bike race, and the Swedes have done it. Big looks to be 111. Jakob Eriksson, he's being congratulated. I think he might be the champion of today's first stage. And here we can see the last few hundred meters again. Yeah, the Swede got an advantage from coming out of the corner, and he held that advantage until the finish line. Well, they are very deserved victory from the Swedes. They did an active race, and they were at the front for pretty much the whole time. And when there was a really dangerous break, which Francis the Joe riders did, then the Swedes went to the front with their whole team, and they brought it back. They brought it back, and to get it's Linus Eriksson Kvist, winner of today's first stage, in front of Francis Joe rider Lawrence Piddy and Antti Jussi Juntunen from Ampler, best Estonian Norman Wachter, fourth. Oh, this was quite a race in this first stage of Baltic Chain Tour. Tomorrow we're gonna have an even more exciting day, because we're going to Tartuma, to southern of Estonia. There's a little bit more hills there. Start is in Ülenurme, Tartu, and the finish also in Ülenurme. So hopefully you enjoyed today's stage. And here we have, a lot of riders missed out today, but a lot of riders did some good races. So yeah, Norman Matra was fourth in the top 10. Mikkel Reim was 10th. Ninth, Martin Diatta from Norway. Siim Kiskonen 8th. 7th, Maris Bogdanovic. Björn Bakker from Global Cycling Team was 5th. Norman Matra 4th. The Finn from Ampler Development Team, Antti Jussi Jonathan Juntunen was 3rd. Lawrence Spitty from New Zealand from the Continental Team of Frenchies Duo was 2nd. And the day's winner, a deserved winner, Swede Linus Eriksson Kvist from the Swedish national team. They did the race in 3 hours 26 minutes 44 seconds. Here you can see the final straight again. Really the last corner was crucial, and some took advantage of it, some couldn't. You see a lot of riders were coming faster in the last few meters, but they just missed the last turn. And here again, Linus Eriksson is going to hold the leader's jersey for tomorrow. He got 10 bonus seconds, and now for Sweden, it is they have to control tomorrow. They have to try to get another win for then they have to keep control of the race, and hopefully for them, hopefully they want to get a win tomorrow also. Maybe with Linus Eriksson again. He showed that he's in really good form, a really good sprinter, and tomorrow his all of the stages in this Baltic Chain Tour are favoring the sprinters. So I think we should have a very exciting day also tomorrow. Yeah, Latvians, Ants Flaxis did a really good race, and yeah, in the finish, Maris Bogdanovic 6th in front of Christos Ansons from Ampler Team Development Team. They did a tactically very good race, but as you see, Maszowski Polski, they were active, but they messed up the final corner, and Mikkel Reim was boxed out, and he couldn't do anything better than 10th place in the last finish line. But yeah, that was Baltic Chain Tour Stage 1 2021. An exciting race funded by Baltic Chain Tour, by the European Regional Development Fund and Enterprise Estonia, also Solar Wheel. It's really nice that Solar Wheel is a sponsor, because at the end of the race we got our sun coming outside, and it was a nice ride. A little recap from today's race. Start was rainy, but it started really fast. A lot of attacks for the whole day. Nobody wanted to let anybody go. Here the Polish team really put the hammer down. They rode with Ampler Team Development Team for a long time in the front, but they were brought back by the Peloton. Now the first intermediate sprint was won by the Polish guy in front of Gert Kivistik. Then a lot of more attacks in the race. Attacks from coming thick and fast from left, right, and center, but nobody got an advantage of the race, and still all together when we were at the half part of the race. Some mishaps on the road, but nothing big. One little crash. Hopefully everybody got back on their feet. Yeah, the second intermediate sprint there, and then Hans Flaxis did a flyer. It was 20 kilometers solo on the front. Won also the last intermediate sprint in the start-finish area. And the last circuits of 6 kilometers made the race that we wanted. Very high pace, a lot of sprint rains fighting for position. And here at the final few turn, here we can see a mishap by the Polski team. Mikkel Reim was caught up there, and a Swede who took it perfectly got the win. And thank you. This was Baltic Chain Tour 2021, Stage 1, won by Linus Eriksson Quist. I was Christo and Vaga. See you tomorrow when Stage 2 from Tartu Ülenurme starts at 2 o'clock. Cycling is awesome. Now go enjoy some cycling yourself. The live feed will continue for the award ceremony. And yeah, see you tomorrow. Thanks, bye.
Simply clever.
Giving up was never part of our mindset. Right from the beginning, challenges spurred our inventiveness. When Václav Klemens's complaint about an inferior bicycle was rejected, the young bookseller answered, "In that case, I'll produce my own bikes." He and his partner Václav Laurin didn't stop there. Soon their inventiveness was tested once again, mastering the combustion engine. The Laurin and Clement motorcycles were followed by their first car, the Laurin and Clement Voiturette A. In 1925, the factory in Mlada Boleslav merged with Skoda from Pilsen and set off to conquer international markets by developing innovative cars that actually cared about the customer's needs. The existential threat of the world economic crisis only boosted the inventiveness of the company. While other car manufacturers disappeared, Skoda radically changed its product palette and offered cars which were more affordable for a broader audience. Since then, Skoda has been the biggest selling car brand in the Czech lands. It wasn't long before history set the next hurdle. The war was over, the challenges were not. But once again, our spirit of inventiveness proved stronger. From the 50s on, legendary cars were created. Finally, a new era began, and we started, what else? Tackling new challenges.
Representing national team of Sweden. Seega Baltic pedagoogid 2021 alaetappi, milline sõidetimaks Suudil Tallinn Pilita ja tagasi siia. Võitja on Rootsi rahvuskeskkonna esindaja Linus Eriksson Küst. No more words, simply the best. Lihtsalt parim. Tänase etappi. Aga kaks etappi on meil teil ees ootama. So, yes, Linus made champagne shower. What's nice behind here in Estonia, hopefully also in Sweden. There was one summer, no Canada is around. That's a tricky situation. Only Norman is very close to the stage. But here he is, the winner of the first stage of PCT 2021, Linus Eriksson Küst. So, and next will be the yellow jersey qualification. Linus, don't leave the stage. Okay. Come down. And we will press the jersey to you. I will help you. So, and the leader of BCT 2021 of that first stage is Linus Eriksson Küst, representing national team of Sweden. Once again. to the first stage of the track. Legal Jason with once again Pegasus barrier. We can say also into the very probably first class. Something like this. So we'll continue with red jersey qualification and nothing new under the sun. So Linus don't leave us because the red jersey qualification, you are also the winner, Linus Eriksson. Okay, well, mess me up, and Linus will stay here, will take off the yellow jersey and red jersey qualification and nothing new under the sun. And the name of the man is Linus Eriksson, which representing yes, line up, no doubt. We want to see you guys also live broadcast is going in front. No problemo. Yeah, no problemo. We are all getting good. You can say, in between us, not to the microphone, but sometimes it happens also to me. So Linus is red jersey holder on the first stage, and Linus will be the ski because there will be one more qualification is. But green jersey holder, seega roheline särk kuulub peale esimest etappi ei kellelegi muule kui Eesti rahvuskoondise liikmele Norman Vahverle. Tehniku Normaniga tegemist oma särkkonferentsiga. Kiitos Raptoriga siis tegemistä. Tässä on yhtä saa finissi liikkuu. Normalia tänästä oli ylläsellä juuri saakka. Ja rohelinen särk on kuuluva Normalille. Ja Norman kanssa värisäisesti tulossa meille väriskaudelle. Fysiiksellä Harry Veini. Niin että löysin vaikeasti rohkeasti tekemistä on. Ja Normalille paljon tema on siis avainetappiin. Niin kukkusilla liikkuu liikkaantaa. And the white jersey qualification ja see on siis parim M-kuu vanuseklassi rattur. So and the holder of the white jersey after the first stage will be once again Linus Eriksson, representing national team of Sweden. So all those fees. They are sweeping all the award table, all the jerseys, almost except the green jersey. But nothing to do. We are happy and proud with you. And this is the third bottle of champagne in the hand.
Give me the mountains and bubbly streams, the flowers swaying in the summer breeze, the butterflies, birds and bees. That's the rolling life for me. That's the rolling
Skoda.
life for
Simply clever.
me.
In the northeast corner of Europe lies a country you may have never heard of. Yet you've been here before, whenever you've closed your eyes, and envisioned the perfect city as you listen to fairy tales. or escaped to a secret getaway where no one could find you, or dreamt about a magical stroll through a winter wonderland. And then there are things you probably didn't quite imagine, like driving to the nearest island across a frozen sea, or singing with close to 10% of the population, or diving into a former Soviet prison, or wandering through what was once the largest factory in Imperial Russia. Estonia is a fascinating hybrid of Eastern Europe and Scandinavia. Locals enjoy the world's most advanced digital society and yet are closely tied to nature. It's a place where you can pick superfoods from fields of dandelions, enjoy the finest Nordic gastronomy among the wilderness, canoe across flooded meadows, and purify the body and soul in a smoke sauna. We know it's not your average bucket list destination, but we promise it's one you'll never forget once you've been here.